Good morning and welcome to Cybersecurity 26. Um, we know this was supposed to be a live event, and there's just so much happening in the world: gas prices, travel prices, hotel prices, not being able to reach the audience who live in and everybody who doesn't can't make it here. We're excited to do our first full day live stream event, and saves me $5 a gallon of gas. But today is an amazing event because we have so many great people lined up. We'll be talking about all things cybersecurity, and this is an opportunity for you as a small business to really understand what it takes to be cyber secure, to be cyber ready, if you're especially if you're doing government contracting, because the standards are here. They're not here anymore. They're not where they were 5 years ago. They are here. You are losing contracts if you are not cyber secure. You are not getting contracts if you are not cyber secure. CMMC compliance requirements. These are all important things that are way above my pay grade. I'm learning as I go as well, and I'm not in the cybersecurity industry. I'm in marketing, advertising, brand development, event production, and getting the message out. That's my job. And even I have to be cyber secure. And I have to look for ways to make money with cybersecurity if possible as well. And that's an opportunity for you guys all watching today to learn too. So, a few announcements. We got to get through the ad stuff because I wouldn't be a good ad man if I didn't. Um, if you have never heard of Black Ink Creative Partners, we are a full service brand development, creative strategies, marketing, and advertising agency. We can handle everything from creating your brand. And when I say create a brand, I don't just mean a logo, creating your brand, your culture, your environment, your atmosphere, your persona, and everything. And then deploying it to the masses, deploying it to the target audiences. So check us out at blackinkcreativepartners.com. That is our agency brand. We also have two other brands that we own and operate. One is Black Ink Events. That's our business to consumer event brand. So this is for small businesses that aren't in government contracting or are looking to outreach to the buying, the consumer market, whether it's a fan based event or it's a product event or an industry event. Whatever it is, we're bringing, whether it's celebrities from television and film, or it's people from the industry that you're in, or industries you'd like to find. Hey, Stan, how are
Hey,
you?
good. Good morning.
I figured I'd jump you in here early while I'm doing the plugs so we could get ready and slide right in.
No, you do your thing. I'm just happy to be here. I want to listen to you, Eric.
Okay, so I'll take you out for a quick second. It makes it interesting if I surprise everybody a little bit.
Yeah. That's fine. Don't bring me in whenever. I just wanted to make sure I was connected.
Well, you're on deck next, so we're ready to go.
All
Let me
right.
finish up. So hey, Stan Mearsworth from Kane University. Some of you may recognize him. He'll be up in a few minutes, but let me finish the plugs. So our Black Ink Events brand is something that you want to check out if you're trying to reach a consumer audience as a small business. Now, if you're interested in government contracting, business development, and business resources, especially in the government contracting space, you'll want to join us at procurementcon.com. Procurementcon.com is the root of really everything we do. It's what started our event brand business, was delivering resources in government contracting and business development to the small business community, quite simply because when we started out, we didn't know this stuff was there. So we want to deliver it to you. I'd also like to thank TD Bank for being a sponsor of this event, Kane University for being a sponsor and a massive support to everything we do, especially Stan. I want to say thank you to all our guests that are going to be on today. One quick announcement that we do have a change in the schedule. Our grant class at the end of the day, our last class, will not be happening. The truth of the matter is that it is really hard to truncate a 2.5 hour high intensive grant writing class into 45 minutes or less. Very difficult. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on a live stream strictly for that. So you're going to want to sign up at Procurement Con, sign up to the Deets, our newsletter, become part of our business community, join more than 25,000 businesses nationwide who are actively growing their businesses through us and the resources that we deliver. So join us at the Deets, sign up at procurementcon.com, and be part of success, because that's the goal here. Everybody wants to be successful. And we want you to be successful too. So stay tuned for all those great things we're going to be doing live in person and live streaming over the next year. And without further ado, because I love to hear myself talk, I want to introduce our host, a man who has been an amazing support to us as an operation and to the cybersecurity community in totality, and a leader in getting the next generation of young adults into this field and setting them on the path to their success. Uh, Doctor, I'm going to call you Doctor because you earned those letters. Stan Mirza, welcome.
All right. Thank you, Eric.
And
Appreciate the. Can you hear
the
me okay?
we can hear you, and the show floor is yours.
All right. Terrific. Well, it's not mine, the show floor. It's everyone's floor, I think. And for today. And let me just start off with a good morning and welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining us here today. Um, you may, I got some questions yesterday. We were originally planning to be together in Atlantic City in person. And while we would have loved that opportunity to connect in person, face to face, we're grateful that, hey, we've got technology that allows us to come together virtually instead. Maybe it's a little bit easier for you as well. But between all the schedules, major events in the world, especially the World Cup, right, in our area of the United States, the matches, and there's a match today, concerns about traffic. Oh my goodness, we keep hearing about potential traffic. I think it's been okay. Um, over since the beginning of the World Cup. We appreciate you taking time out today to be with us. So off the bat, I want to give a thank you and a virtual applause to Black Ink Creative Partners, Eric Vincent and Mark Slotnick. Look, I think they've done a terrific job in putting this together, despite some of the hurdles emerging. And I want to really give them a shout out because they're stepping into a community, the cyber, the security, and now, goodness, we're talking about different technologies, quantum, for example, that will come up today. They're stepping into this new community um, to integrate information security, cybersecurity, computer security into the work that they do, which is it's not always easy to do so, but they're doing it with vigor. And they pulled together quite a few people. We partnered to come up with some of the presenters, and I see a lot of familiar faces and names on the agenda for today. But I give credit to Black Ink Creative Partners because they've really been doing the heavy lifting here to put this together. I want to thank the presenters and speakers. I know Eric just did that a little bit before, but your willingness to share your expertise, your insights, your experiences, those are always the best part, right? When you hear real experiences, despite how busy you are, you're taking time out to present and speak. And we know there's a lot of goodness. We have NJ Kick on the line today, and I know they're heavily involved right now with part of the securing of our region. With the World Cup, and they took time out to be with us today. The content you'll hear today um, really includes topics highlighted by Procurement Con Cyber Program, but it also just emphasizes the point that cyber is not just an IT issue, it's a business, operational, and leadership issue. Um, I think some of the talks here today will help you stay ahead, give you an opportunity to even ask some questions. As many of you know, I don't think a day goes by when you don't get some sort of scam phone call or scam email or scam text. We need to really, stay situationally aware. We need to not let our guard down. Although we're humans, that does happen. And so there's always, with letting our guard down from time to time, hope that we have other defenses in place to fill in. We call that defense in depth. You'll hear quite a bit, I bet, today about AI. I know we have a session later on with some video surveillance and video management system experts, and they'll talk about how AI is really changing that industry and has been for quite some time, and that's important. Uh, Quantum computing, goodness, some of you may not know about quantum computing or what that is. Well, it's potentially a next big evolution in computing, and so you'll learn a little bit about that today. We have a wonderful presenter from Monmouth University who visited our campus last week for an event that we hosted on campus last week with ISC2, ISACA. We have members of the InfraGard here today. So you'll have a nice broad swath of speakers. A couple points I want to make to you all as we enter summer. If you're interested in some summer school, look at our Kane Center for Cybersecurity events page. We have a web page. Maybe, Eric, I don't know if you could share that link, but we have several activities this summer that are free, including one which is through DHS CISA, the Criminal Justice Institute, and FEMA. It's a 4-day free cybersecurity, advanced cyber training. And many of you could be students. It could be those with businesses, small businesses, medium or large. You may want to take advantage. It will be hosted in our Kane Union Heinz Hall building. We did this last year with the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA and the Criminal Justice Institute, and we got a good turnout. And in fact, so much so that we're offering a different class this year. So that's a 4-day training. In addition, for those of you in the southern part of the state of New Jersey, I remind you, and maybe you're already aware, but we have a Kane Ocean campus. It's located in Toms River, very close to the southern part of the state of New Jersey. And we have lots of different academic programs, from undergraduate to graduate programs, those that integrate with our Kane Global, that's our online school. If you're considering accounting, biology, criminal justice, education, environmental science, public administration, public health, exercise science, the list goes on. We have lots of programs, and it's growing. That campus is, we're seeing expansion in students and expansion in programs, and there's certainly more attention being given to that campus, and I encourage you to look at those programs. What else do I want to say? Thanks again. Engage as much as you can. I know as a result of some of these presentations, you might make some contacts. You never know when one thing leads to something else. Don't be shy to reach out to folks. And I say that to students who, I know there's quite a few students that are probably joining us here today. This is an opportunity to collaborate. And honestly, might lead to, if you're interested in internships, but perhaps that, or externships, or even part-time or full-time work as well. So I encourage you to reach out. We're excited to get started. Let's see, what else? We have a great run of shows. So our next speaker that we have, I'm trying to stay on schedule here. I'm 2 minutes over, but that's not so terrible. We have Lindsay Kilpatrick from the U.S. Small Business Administration. She's the Deputy Director of SBA Region 2. I don't know if, Eric, if Lindsay is on, but I'd like to turn it over. Here we go. Wonderful. I am going to turn it over to Lindsay. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning and thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. I know that we were all kind of expecting to be together in Atlantic City, and I looked forward to getting some of that nice ocean breeze, but I think that this was also a great pivot. So kudos to Eric and the partners at Black Ink, creative partners. I really just want to acknowledge that today was something that was not thought up overnight. I think that the programming from Black Ink is strategic, it is relevant, and it is effective. So I'm excited to be a part of that. I do want to also take the time to acknowledge the financial institutions that have literally invested to be a part of this. To our partners, I think they're here, Apex Accelerators, and to all the other organizations that really came together to make this possible. I think that events like this, it really it shows why the New Jersey business ecosystem, number one, is booming, but number two, why it's so strong. And it's because we collaborate. It's because our partners are innovative. It's because we have this shared commitment to really help small businesses. and not just to help you, get forward for your own personal gains, but to make a difference for the national and for the state economy. So, on behalf of the United States Small Business Administration, we are extremely excited to be a part of this. I want to start off by saying when we talk about cybersecurity, when we talk about compliance, when we talk about innovation, when we talk about AI, that is no longer a conversation that we can wait to have. It's not conversations where we're talking about the future. Those are real business realities. And when we speak with small businesses day in and day out at the administration, that's what we're hearing. And whether the small business owner is a retail shop, whether they are manufacturers, whether they are a contractor, or some of the professional services firms like accountants, these are issues that are increasingly impacting business, right? It impacts how you compete, it impacts how you serve your client base, it impacts how you protect your data, and it really changes how we are starting to pursue new opportunities as, small businesses and as the ecosystem. And here at the US Small Business Administration, we recognize that the government needs to evolve right alongside with the businesses that we serve. And under this administration's America First agenda, our strategic plan, right? Our strategy over the next few years, 4 years, the literal 2026 to 2030 strategy. For that SBA, we're transforming how we engage with small businesses. We're transforming what customer service looks like because we do want to increase the speed to access capital. We want to make sure that our small businesses are not experiencing, just small incremental IT upgrades when they engage with us, but we want to make sure that the improvements that we make are fundamental to how we engage with you, our small businesses, but not just you, our lenders, right? The taxpayers that we owe this to, the survivors of disaster that we help recover, and our resource partners. And we're not building the solutions for those bases. We're building them with those bases. One example I'll say is the Small Business Administrations. We have a new AI powered live agent platform on our SBA website, which is already providing 24/7 assistance to help answer questions that small businesses have about eligibility requirements for loans. It's going to give you details on our services. It's going to help you navigate, disaster assistance. Business owners are now able to get more efficient responses quicker. We're reducing wait times for the public, and we're really improving the way information is accessed. And not just that, but we're preparing to release a new loan platform, which is going to have a case management system. So small businesses that are applying for loans, you can see where your loan is in the application pipeline instead of kind of wondering where that application stands. It's going to be greater visibility, and that's only the beginning. We are expanding how the tools can even support more complex issues so that we can continue to give high levels of service to the public. I know AI is overwhelming for a large majority of the public, and it does raise concerns about what the future of work looks like. Those conversations are not just happening, where you are, but they're happening in DC as well. They're happening in the White House, and in the administration. We don't want AI to be viewed as something to fear. We want it to be an opportunity. We want it to drive innovation. We want it to bring new customers to you. In New Jersey, we play a critical role in that story. Our state is home to a world-class innovation ecosystem. I mean, we have a strong manufacturing base. We have a technology sector that's growing, including our healthcare system, and there are significant government contract opportunities available. And so, when you guys have the tools, the resources, you have the capital and the freedom to innovate, there is no limit to what can be accomplished for our communities, whether we're talking about here where I sit at home in Newark, or where you're sitting in South Jersey, or for anywhere in the state of New Jersey, but more importantly, for the national economy. So I'm really excited to be a part of today's discussion. Thank you again for all of the continued work that you do and your commitment to keeping New Jersey's businesses secure, keeping us competitive, and ultimately keeping us ready for the future. And the reality is that the future is now. So I'm excited to be here. Please reach out to us if you have any questions. Our website is sba.gov. If you're specifically looking for New Jersey, sba.gov/NJ. We answer our own emails. AI doesn't answer them. We'll be here. We'll support you. Reach out to us. We are looking forward to serving every county in New Jersey. Thank you again, Eric, and thank you to all who are in attendance.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate you being here as always. You're a huge advocate for us, and we're grateful for that. And we're grateful for you. And if you have never had a chance to meet Lindsay in person, the minute you see this woman, run up to her and give her a big hug. If she's okay with that, of course.
I am.
All
I am.
right. And
I
and
am.
and pick her brain because she'll set you on the right path.
I have my commitment.
So thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you and SBA at Procurement Con this year.
Yes, we will be there.
So we're excited about that. So thank you, Lindsay. I'm going to get us queued up for our next guest. So, folks, before I bring on our next guest, please, if you have a link for this event and you are coming in on the back end of this restream, our streaming platform, you are not watching it via our website at Procurement Con or our link at YouTube, please be aware that I'm going to give you the link and I'm going to bump you out because my back room needs to be for our presenters and speakers, and you got the wrong link to join us for the public view. So my apologies for that. We'll make sure that's fixed next time. I'd like to introduce our next speaker from New Jersey Apex Accelerator. If you don't know anything about Apex Accelerator, you're going to want to know and listen very intently. Please welcome Haley Park.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry that my camera is having a technical glitch today and I'm just on audio. My name is Haley Park from the NJIT Apex Accelerators. I would like a special thanks to Eric and everyone for this precious opportunity to introduce our organization, and I'll make a quick introduction to follow through the schedules for today. So what we as Apex Accelerators really do is really simple. If you have questions about your company and procurement opportunities and you need guidance or someone to walk you through that process, you are gonna want to talk to us. You might want to come to us for that. We are a federally funded organization to assist businesses in contracting for free. It is already included in your taxpayer dollars, so you might want to take advantage of us. So we're here to help you get the answers that you need. And even if your question is outside our scope, we want to redirect you to the fastest route so you can get the answers you need. We cover so many things from the basics to advanced. If you're interested in government contracting, you need registration A, B's, and C's done, then we can walk you through that. And after that, what's next? You need to have certain ingredients to walk through that door for the government contracting opportunities, and we're gonna be here to help you prep that. And after that, what do I need to do to actually get a contract? We're also here to answer that question. And especially when it comes to cybersecurity, it's difficult. The regulations are written in Bible language, and even myself, I need to sit through and dissect it, and need people to present it to me to actually get a sort of it. So what Eric today is doing and his team is doing is very precious and very valuable. And you guys are in luck. So I hope you guys have a very good time. But at the same time, we're also here to support. We're here to support our New Jersey based businesses, and Apex Accelerator is spread throughout the United States. So please feel free to look up the Apex Accelerators within your region and contact us. I am going to, Eric has the website for us. You can simply Google NJIT Apex Accelerators and land on that page. Or you could also, um, I'm if I'm allowed, I will drop my contact information in the chat so that you guys can feel free to contact me for any questions or the sign up registration procedures. Okay, and I think that'll be it for today. Thank you all for your time, and I'm going to pass on to Eric or Kenneth, who's next in line.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for that introduction. Again, my name is Kenneth Watson, and I'm with Clarity AI Strategy, and I'm the CEO, and we help businesses put together the AI strategy. We call it implementation teams, but we help you get started with AI and putting it in there safely. And so this morning, I'm going to talk about securing the future with AI, trust, and cyber resilience. You're going to have a lot of experts talking today. I'm going to go through it very high level, very quickly to get us started. But you have many, I see on this dais, many experts that are going to dig into these topics really more extensively. And the theme behind this right now in this presentation is that the AI perimeter is gone. We used to have firewalls, we would hide behind them, and now in 2025, network boundaries do not exist. You're no longer defending a perimeter, you're defending an exploitory of web identities. And the motivation, there we go. And the motivation is that let me just get control of these slides here. Okay. And the motivation is that the attack revenue is $12 trillion. And that's some motivation for these attack vectors, right? And the defense spending is significantly less. For every dollar spent on defense, attackers extract about $49.50. And so that's the problem. It's so much money into hacking these systems. And the pivot happened is when the firewall and the DMZ went away. One way in, one way out, that's gone now. And the crisis today is that organizations face existential threat from AI-powered humans, autonomous agents, and sprawling machine identities. Let's go. And just to give you a historical reference, back in the 1990s, when I started in computer technology 8 decades ago, there was one way into the moat. In other words, we had a castle built around us. Everybody that worked for the company was behind the wall, and we put a firewall up, and we let everybody do everything inside the network because there was no outside people coming in. In 2000, Web 1.0 came into effect, and so we set up DMZs, we set up web application firewalls, and again, we protected the network. In 2010, now we started having more access to the network, people working outside the company, hybrid networks, SaaS applications, and so we came up with and implemented the 2000 zero trust environments. And now in 2020, we have these agentic environments. So there's no, so now we have agents out there, we have machine identities out there. And, and the thing is, there's like 144 machine identities to every one person in the corporation. So imagine if you're working for Chase with 300,000 people or a company with 500,000 people like IBM, it becomes very, very huge. There we go. And so when we look at the attack vectors here, and you look at the scale of them, human identities, you got one person, but you have a lot of people on the network. You have agents that are rapidly growing, and then you have these machine identities like 144 to one person. And so you have primary vulnerabilities with people. This says 60 to 80%, 60 to 68%, but it's more like 80% of all breaches are caused by humans, a human error, psychological manipulation. You hear about these biggest breaches, and it's always a person that did something to allow the attackers in. So they don't have to go through the firewalls anymore. Then agents, you have indirect prompt injection, and then for machine identity, there's just so many of them out there. Administrators building the systems, given privileged access to test the database, take the applications, and then they go on to the next project and they don't get rid of the IDs or these machine identities. And so, you got APIs growing out there, and they're not being managed at all. And then the threat, well, shadow IT, shadow AI, again, people leaking proprietary information, pretexting, AI agents, the confused, you have a 5-year-old walking around with a platinum credit card. Just think of that. It's an intelligent child, but at the same time, it can be manipulated. Again, you talk to a 5-year-old, you can get them to do a lot of things, right? Go to the store, get a loaf of bread, and as they get the loaf of bread, someone says, "Hey, you should get a pony." And guess what it comes home with? A pony and a loaf of bread, right? So, and then with the machine identities, you have these service outages and privilege escalation. So once the hacker gets into your system, they can now start escalating their IDs. And the defense is really AI literacy and an accepted use policy. And I have a book coming out called Employable, and it really talks about how unless people are literate, and they can be taken advantage of. They don't even know what they're doing and understand the use policies for the company. For agents, contacts aware authorization. So again, they become more aware of what they're doing, and then automated, CLMI, certificate life cycles, and again, these privileged access, managing these. Okay, and just for an illustration of competence, 48% of employees now have, with the advent of AI, have said, "Hey, I got this 40-page client doc proposal. I got to get a summary of it real quick. Let me load it up into free ChatGPT or one of these free LLMs, get back my report, boom, give it to my manager. I've been super efficient." Unfortunately, it cost the company like $650,000 for that mistake that user put out intellectual property, private property, privacy information. All that was leaked in because these large language models train their large language models on the information that people are putting up into them. And so unless it's, so then, in my book, I talk about here how we can just set up a red light, green light, 1, 2, 3, right? Anything green, if it's out on the public internet, if it's public data, knowledge, if you throw it up in a free tool, it doesn't make any difference because it's out there already. But now we come to caution, and you start understanding the AI use policy, because in yellow, we have internal promises, intellectual property, business strategy. So you want to get that approved to use it on an enterprise AI tool. And then for other things like HIPAA compliance, GDPR, and all these heavily regulated industries, you have a red light, And then the golden rule is really, if you aren't 100% sure the data is green, treat it as if it's red, and check and see if it's allowable out there on the network, right? And so the next challenge that you run into is these machine identities, right? Out there, you have these agentic AIs that are running around with all of these super rights here, and transitioning from isolated chat interfaces. So as we had automation, which has been around since forever, and now 1954, and now we have generative AI, where you put the information in a chatbot, you ask it a question, it gives you back a recipe. And now we're moving to agentic AI, which now you give it a problem, it goes off and solves it, and it comes back with an answer. So again, it doesn't need human supervision. It just goes out, completes a task, and comes back. And so the vulnerability of agents, they execute multi-step workflows at machine speed, right? Completely bypassing traditional human in the middle. Because again, if you put a human in the middle, it just slows it down, right? And the danger is AWS machine identities hold full admin privileges. So these agents can have tremendous amount of privileges, or to solve a problem, it might grab a privilege that you didn't even know it could grab to get this done, but it might wrap out a database because these elevated privileges. So again, you need to get control of your agents. And so I'm going to give you an example of a hack, right? So this is going to happen to an agent. An attacker puts some malicious code into an email, and it sends it to XYZ executive or internal person. They come in Monday morning, and it's like, they use Copilot. They have a Copilot agent or any LLM agent say, give me a summary of all my emails, bullet point my list of things to do for Monday, reply to any emails that that are not important. And so this is all being ingested by the agent. And now the agent Copilot goes to the RAG engine, reads the attacker's email, and it's now solidly ingesting the malicious instructions. Because again, it's one point font in white letters, so you don't see it, but the agent sees it, right? And now it goes into the next one where it now has privilege abuse, right? The agent is inheriting the user's higher level tokens. Now with these tokens, it can move around the network unchallenged, and they can find these hidden prompts. And once it's gathered information, it exfiltrates the information by putting it in base 64. So it's encoded, it's smuggled out via URLs and Teams. So it's not encrypted. It's not anything where the system would challenge it. And so it sends out that way. And that's the anatomy of attack on your system there. One of the anatomies of attacks on your systems. And the machine language crisis is significant because these identities are created, 144 to 1. So again, there's a huge number of these agents and identities that are created that, again, they're given advanced or higher level rights to complete a build out of a system, to test a system, to test a database, to test an application. And once all these tests are done, you move on to the next project and you don't get rid of these IDs, or you have an old legacy Windows 7 computer used to access a software, and now the newer version came out, but you need some of the old CAD drawings and things like that. So you have the notebook under the desk plugged into the network. It's not patched anymore. And these agents and these infiltrators are looking for things like that. They grab it, they have these privileges now, and they continue to attack your network. So again, these machine languages are not managed. They're not recorded anywhere. And so therefore, when I leave or someone leaves a corporation, my access is all set up. Everything I have access to is cut off, and all my rights are taken away. But with these machine identities, they're not, because no one knows they exist. Okay. And now what's even going to challenge the resources of companies now is that the certificate time bomb. Now, these machine language, these identities had a time to live of maybe 398 days. In 2006, it's now been reduced to 200 days. In 2027, it's going down to 100 days. And in 2029, 47 days. So when you take a look at that timeline, that's going to have to be managed. And we're going to have to start putting controls in to start managing those particular timeframes here. All right, great. And so, yeah. Sorry, because this PowerPoint's jumping around, all right? And so let's look at the architectural collapse and the synthesis. As a bug gets into the system on the left there, and it comes in, whether it's through an agent, through a human, however, they get on, and now they have a token to move around the network. Next, they move this hijack agent to abuse a human's governed tokens here. So now it gets a hold of somebody's token. And now from that token, they get that user's privilege, and they keep searching around for higher and higher privileges. And now it goes into the machine identities. And these are very high level identities, and they can be used now to leverage and attack the system with 100% user rights, wipe out a database, do anything they want in the system because of that. And so that's how you can attack a system through the architectural collapse. And again, the blueprint for defense is, and remember, the firewall, the DMZ, the zero trust, these were all responses to previous attacks. So every time there's an attack, very smart people, and a lot of the smart people going to be in this conference today, come up with defenses for this, but they still have to be implemented, right? And so in the zero trust architecture, context-aware authorization, stop the confused deputy Seagates, these agents from being taken advantage of with malware. We have the certificate lifecycle management and the privileged access management now starting to manage these machine identities, and then continuous AI literacy. And one of the reasons why I wrote the book, Employable, is that we have to train individuals on this new technology and the dangers. And there's several of them out there. And if you don't know, you don't know. And so we got to start training people and make that like a number one priority, so that, again, we can secure our systems. Because again, as you move up the stack with these AI literacy and proficiency, you can get a 56% wage bunch, and it saves the company millions of dollars. But the risk is, if you make a mistake, it costs an average of $10 million to fix a attack. Depending on the attack, ransomware, however, it can cost $10 million. And then on top of that, there are the penalties and the regulatory penalties. That's another $670,000. So it's very important to invest the money into training your team, your staff, to be able to work on this. And so for 5 steps to immediate risk reduction: 1, inventory your machine IDs. The APIs, the shadow, all this, just get it into an inventory and track it some sort of way. And you're going to have to do it anyway to comply with these regulations. 2, audit AI use. Locate your company's AI acceptable use policy and rigidly enforce the traffic light system. 3, prioritize risks. Identify and securely vault the highest privileged machine identities in the system. And, at Chase, again, I worked for Chase for 20 years, IBM. We had to break glass. In other words, if you're going to use one of those highest authority IDs, you break the glass, you use it, and then you put it back. And now they've even put, other companies have now put timing on that. It's good for 2 hours. So in the middle of the night, I used to get phone calls when I managed Chase.com. Someone is using on XYZ, are you doing any work on the network right now? And I go, yes or no. No, we're not doing any work. Great. So those are the pen testers protecting the network, right? And then you also you automate the life cycle, right? For these automated certificate of discovery, again, in 2026, they're going down to 200 days, and eventually 2020, that's going to be 47 days. So again, you can automate the life cycle for these machine identities and integrate, again, your PAM, your privileged access, and your CLI and machine certificates are managed under one unified trust policy. So you have all of these different infrastructures handling things, but if you put them into one log, into one system, then it can now use agents to check, to verify, to look at time of day, when look at usage. I'm in New York, and also my IDs being used in Florida or China, and so you want to secure the invisible. These machine languages, these automatic life cycles, intent. Don't wait for the next compliance wave-driven breach. Secure your visibility now. And so that's the recommendation that we have. And again, my name is Kenneth Watson, and I'm with Clarity AI Strategy. And for you people entering the workforce, Employable is a great book. It's going to come out in another 2 weeks. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate you and everything you've brought to the table. I'm sorry, you're talking way above my pay grade. Right over there.
Oh yeah, it's I've been in business like 35 years, so I mean, hey, so.
I listen. I just make pretty pictures.
Okay.
But I thank you again, and if anyone wants to contact Kenneth, make sure you sign up for our newsletter. I'm going to try to make sure all contact information is in the chat. But head on over to Procurement Con, sign up for our newsletter. We'll be delivering everyone's contact information and presentation to our network. So we will make sure that no one misses a beat if they have any questions. Thank you again, Kenneth.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. So our next speaker, Krista Valenzuela, please welcome her. I think it's the first time I haven't butchered your name.
Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. No, all good. Good morning, everybody. I am going to share my screen. I have a couple of slides I'll share in just one moment. So I'm from the New Jersey Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Cell. We just call it the NJKIC. If you've worked with people in government, we love our really long titles and names, and so we like to shorten them into little acronyms. But I am from the NJKIC, and our parent organization, or where we're from, is the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, NJOHSP. We are their cybersecurity division, and we're in charge of kind of all things cybersecurity for the state. And that includes protecting the Garden State Network, which is the executive branch That's the network that the departments and agencies connect to. So Treasury, Health and Human Services, all of them connect to one large network, which we defend using our various tools and technologies and working with those agencies as well. But my bureau, Cyber Threat Outreach and Partnerships, we are the externally facing of the three bureaus in that we work with the residents, organizations, businesses in New Jersey and beyond that too. In doing presentations like this, we have our weekly bulletin that comes out on Thursdays. We have a ton of information on our website. I'll have our website up at the end. And so we are membership based. I'll just mention that at the beginning. Everything we do is at no cost. We're taxpayer funded because we're part of a state agency. And so any resources that we provide, you don't have to pay for. And so membership is included in that. You can sign up right on our website, and that will get you that weekly bulletin on Thursdays that I mentioned, as well as any alerts and advisories that we put out. Sometimes we can even do training and other information we'll spread out. So today, I'm going to, again, in the theme of AI, be talking about the threats that we're seeing that have come up a bit more with the advancements in AI, as well as the opportunities, though, and how we at the state are using AI to our advantage and how other organizations are as well. So as I mentioned before, there are three different bureaus. Mine's in the middle there. And you can see the disclaimer or not disclaimer, but the mission statement for the NJKIC in trying to make the state more resilient to cyber attacks. And I'll mention this again at the end, we very strongly believe in a collective defense model. And you'll probably see that, if it's not called that, you'll see those themes, though, probably throughout all the presentations today, in that for cybersecurity, this is not a one person or one organization problem. It's something that everybody is facing. And it's really difficult to face that as a singular entity. If we can work together in a collective defense model and kind of pull our resources together to try to lower cyber risk, we'll be much more effective. And that's kind of our mission and value statement here at the KIC. So for the current cyber threat landscape, just to kind of paint a picture of what we're dealing with, just as talking about cyber criminal activity. And so this information comes from the Internet Crime Complaint Center, which is run by the FBI. Victims of cybercrime and cyber criminal activity can report incidents to the IC3, and they they publish a report every year on the information that they receive from the IC3, which includes the losses that people incur from cyber criminal activity, as well as just the prevalence of it and which types are more prevalent than others. And so it's a bit of an eye chart here with the different examples that we have. Just the 3-year escalation, though, is something that I like to focus on in seeing how exponentially the losses for cyber criminal activity have increased over the past couple of years. We're almost at $21 billion, and this is largely, if not completely, just U.S.-based criminal activity. So this is not global. This is just the United States and those individuals who are losing money because they become victims. The number of complaints has increased a bit. We're at over 1 million now. If you do a comparison, though, to the amount of losses compared to the amount of complaints, it's becoming more and more expensive to be a victim of cybercrime. So the losses that people state that they have, that they're reporting, is greater year over year. Cyber-enabled fraud is by far the largest, very big bucket of cyber criminal activity. Some of that is just kind of like technology-enabled crime, scams and similar things. And you can see the breakdown there in the comparison to 2024. And then the cybercrime types, the top 10. Investment is by far the most costly or the most losses. A lot of that is cryptocurrency scams. So I won't really be talking about that. I'll probably hit on a couple of these other ones this morning. But there's a bunch of cryptocurrency exchanges that are fraudulent that are online. There's a lot of kind of social engineering, targeting people on social media. The people will claim to be experts in this field and convince people to quote unquote invest in cryptocurrency. And a lot of people lose quite a bit of money from those scams. We'll be talking about a couple of others as well this morning. So social engineering, AI, and automation. So what we're seeing as far as the changes with social engineering attacks and social engineering operations, with the accelerated the advancements in AI, but then also the availability of AI to more people, as well as just automation. And for social engineering, if you're not familiar with the term, it's really an equivalent of manipulation. So phishing will come under this bucket. Vishing, so voice-based phishing, if you're called on the phone, somebody impersonates a known and trusted entity, and the text message scams as well. That's all part of this social engineering bucket. AI-powered social engineering. So just kind of a bit of play on words here, but these are the changes that we're seeing. And traditionally, when we would go out and speak about phishing, for example, we would talk about the different red flags you can look for. And those red flags included spelling errors, weird grammar, like the sentence structure just isn't quite right. It sounds a little bit, it doesn't sound what you would expect from a native English speaker. And oftentimes that was because these cyber threat actors are not native English speakers. And so they might be using some sort of program to translate that just isn't very good. And so you would be able to find these different red flags. There will be, and oftentimes we're seeing already, that there is not an obvious red flag in these phishing emails or the text messages that we're getting. You can use generative AI for free. You can go to ChatGPT and you can put in a prompt of write a professional email, write a text message, and it will give you back that answer because there's nothing inherently malicious about that prompt. If you're asking them the components to build a bomb, they're probably not going to they shouldn't give you an answer to that. But if you're asking them to help you write an email or write a text message, people legitimately are using it for those purposes. And so these not native English speakers or somebody who doesn't quite know how a professional email might sound would be able to use these programs to then generate them for them. And so they sound very professional. They appear official. For that middle one there, the sincerest form of flattery, of course, is imitation. And people are using AI and AI programs now to replicate voices, to create deepfake video calls. They're also able to use AI to provide, examples of different emails and kind of the cadence, the information from various data sources, public data largely, to replicate the different tone, the nuance, the jargon that people use to create these social engineering schemes. The voice replication we are already seeing. It's pretty easy to replicate a voice, even with not that much input. So it doesn't have to be, me talking for an hour in order for a program to be able to replicate my voice. I can do it pretty easily. And we've seen these in the targeting the senior population in these grandparent scams, where their family member, oftentimes a grandchild, is the one that's being impersonated. And they will contact the senior and give them some sort of story about them being in a jam, they need money, and again, this is kind of that example of a technology enabled fraudulent activity. It's not that they're hacking into anything, but they're using programs, using technology to convince that individual just then send them money, financially motivated. Brute force, but make it smart. So brute forcing is when you're just trying any option to find somebody's password, to figure out what somebody's password is. What we're seeing now, and this is part of AI, machine learning is technically separate from artificial intelligence, but they work together. Machine learning models can analyze large amounts of these data leaks. So we have a bunch of information that's available on the open internet from various data breaches that have happened. And these programs can compile all of that information, all of the passwords that have been leaked, and find different themes, figure out what are more common passwords or more common habits that people are using to create their passwords. And for an example there, one of the examples of a weak password that I like to talk about is when we are asked to change our password. And this is changing a little bit. It's usually every 90 days. That's kind of like the industry standard, or at least it was. And what also changes every 90 days is the seasons. And so you would have people changing their password and including in there a word for whatever that season is. So right now it might be summer 2026 ! It's one of the most common passwords we see, even though it's meeting all of those complexity requirements for length, uppercase, lowercase, special character, and a number. All of that information is included, but it's still a very weak password. And using machine learning models, would very easily see that too. So one of the examples I have here of a phishing email, just to give us a couple of examples of what we're seeing right now. The MPC is being targeted quite a bit. I'll have the targeting via text message coming up, but we did see it via email as well. And so, if you go to that website using technology, not necessarily AI, but they can replicate what the look and feel of a website is. So using the stolen branding, but also the fonts, the coloring, all of that on these sites to make them look legitimate. And you can see even the prompt to pay, it looks well done. It looks like it's a official program that they used for that. I see the pay online as an option. And so just the look and the feel doesn't give you anything to indicate to you that something seems out of the ordinary. And same thing even with the email itself. For the text messages, as I mentioned, we're seeing a lot of impersonation of those trusted organizations. Actually on the right hand side is the one that we saw. It mentioned the Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV. So in New Jersey, we don't use that term. We use Motor Vehicle Commission. And so this is from about a year ago. And then this campaign was going on. And then we saw another campaign, another kind of round of these text messages. And the threat actors changed it to Motor Vehicle Commission, probably because there were several articles that were put out warning people about this, but pointing out, hey, it says DMV. We don't call it DMV. Look for stuff like that. They changed it, and now it said Motor Vehicle Commission, more recent kind of campaigns that we've seen since then. On the left-hand side here, Department of Taxation has been impersonated. The link in there. So the URLs too is something to take note of. You should always look for the URL, inspect the URLs rather. But what we're seeing here too, and try to convincing these targets that they are legitimate, nj.gov is within that URL, but that is not the top level domain. It's actually a .bar, B-A-R. But by putting nj.gov within that URL somewhere, it can give off that, to the user, maybe they look really quickly or they don't really know exactly how to look for a top level domain, and they think it's an official New Jersey government website. This one is another one that went around pretty recently. We saw a couple of these campaigns going through where they're impersonating state of New Jersey, different municipal courts. And again, there's just like threats to losing your license, all of these things, and that you have to pay some sort of fee. Getting back a bit, so these may or may not be AI powered, generative AI use in the creation of these. I think that they are, particularly for this one where it's impersonating what that summons might look like. This is an example that I put together. And sorry to Annie Cruz, because that is a real person. What I wanted to showcase here, though, is how easy it is to use generative AI to create a social engineering scheme, a campaign. This is an example of business email compromise. Business email compromise is another umbrella term for a couple of different types of cybercrime or types of tactics that are used in these social engineering schemes. Invoice fraud is one of the more common ones for business email compromise, where somebody, the threat actor is impersonating somebody at a vendor or a third party, and they target the company that they work with, saying that they're owed money, and they provide them this fake invoice, and the victim company oftentimes will pay if they don't realize that that is a not their true third party or vendor. So this is an example here. Who I wanted to impersonate was WB Mason. They provide office supplies. A lot of companies use them. Maybe I can find somewhere online who works with WB Mason. But in this case, I'm just going to be impersonating, or I'm going to be targeting the NJ-KIC. And I put the prompt in to AI as Annie Cruz, work in the accounts receivable department at an office supply company, WB Mason. Write an email to our customer, NJ-KIC, requesting an invoice to be paid in the amount of $23,000 due on May 15th. Use information, my information, company phone number, blah, blah, and it was just kind of providing them information for how this should be structured and everything. What it gave me back, and you can read that there, is a very professional email. I didn't ask them to put a signature block in. They did that. The program did it itself. And so you can see, if you read through it, everything looks normal, what you would expect. I mean, they're even being polite, and saying, thank you for your continued business and prompt attention to this matter. Put her information in. And then they put in a little brackets for where the WB Mason logo would go. They even put the WB Mason tagline of who but WB Mason. Again, not something that I asked for in the prompt. After that, I was like, we're referencing an invoice, but I didn't have an invoice available for this. So I said, create an invoice to include in the email with account number. It's a fake account number for Wells Fargo Bank. So they put this invoice together, had the correct due date from what I said before. The date issued, they randomly put that in there. They created an invoice number. They put in a New Jersey Cybersecurity and Communication Integration Cell. They spelled out the whole thing, and then they did just a summary of charges. Again, I did not ask for this. I did not say, this is what we use them for. They put bulk office supplies and then ergonomic office furniture suite. They just made up stuff for this invoice. And then you can kind of see, I could download that and then I can use that in the email itself. And what this is showing us is that there are legitimate uses for creating these prompts and getting this information back. People are using them all the time. But see how official these things look. And this took no time at all, maybe 5 minutes to put these two together. I had to do a little bit of research beforehand to figure out who works at accounts receivable at WB Mason. But anybody could very easily look this up. There's a ton of information on LinkedIn, for example, on company websites to create these those messages. Moving on to agentic AI, which is more advanced. We're seeing this is kind of really accelerating AI and its uses and kind of in the both beneficial and problematic phase as well. So these agentic attacks, they're more autonomous, meaning that these cyber threat actors can deploy these AI agents to operate in loops, interpret prompts. They could select different tools, adapt their tactics on the fly without consistent human interaction. That's a big thing, and a big point here is that there's less time, less sophistication, less involvement that a human, or in this case a threat actor, would need to have in order to launch some of these cyber attacks. Malware weaponization. The AI that we use in the States, where we're supposed to have these guardrails in place, the official ones that we have, they are not supposed to provide the code to create some sort of malware program. That doesn't mean there are not other ones available that can and will do that. AI can be used to write, debug, regenerate, polymorphic, which means adaptive or adaptable, malware payloads designed to evade different security tools. There's also a thing here of on the kind of the blue team, so the people who are trying to defend networks, they might want to use agentic AI to try to find holes in their programs, and we'll get to Mythos soon, and I'll mention them, or that program. We might use AI to kind of do this malware weaponization, but on the good side of trying to see if we could evade our own systems, our own security tools. So again, there are applications for these things on the defensive side of cybersecurity, but of course, it's just accelerating so much more on the offensive threat side that we're seeing. One of the biggest things, or most impactful right away, is these chaining of vulnerabilities. And I think I'll mention it again in a couple other slides. When we have in a cybersecurity program, one of the things that we have are patch management policies. And so when we're going to update our systems and patch for known vulnerabilities, so known holes in our systems and networks. And oftentimes these companies, many companies have patch cycles. So they might update their software hardware every 30 days. Unless maybe sometimes they might have, well, if it's a critical vulnerability or it's being actively exploited, we shorten our time frame, not 30 days. Maybe it's 15, maybe it's 10 days, maybe it's less. Hopefully it's less. The thing is now, though, that right now is actually a pretty good program to actually say, okay, but we will have every 30 days, but if it's critical or if it's being exploited, we got to handle that within 3 days, something like that. That is a really good program. We don't see that a lot. I'll tell you that. Even now, that is not even good enough anymore, because it's not just these critical vulnerabilities that we need to be concerned with, because there's various agentic AI programs that can chain vulnerabilities, meaning that one low severity vulnerability can then be, you exploit one low severity vulnerability, and then you exploit another one and exploit another one, and chaining those together actually creates this critical vulnerability chain. And so you can't just worry about those critical vulnerabilities anymore. You have to worry about, well, if we chain 3 low severity ones, though, that could have critical impacts to our operations. And so it's really making it very, very difficult to change these patch management cycles and to patch on the fly, more, within a very, very short window of time. That window of time to patch vulnerabilities has been getting shorter even before AI came into play. And so this is going to cause a lot of issues, I think, to a lot of different companies. And that's one of the biggest worries that I have for how AI is going to impact organizations and companies. So countering these AI threats, with this great power of AI, we have a lot of responsibility too. And the previous presenter mentioned, we have to be very careful and very cognizant about the data and information that we're putting into these AI programs, because once you put it in there, it could be, now it's out into the world. So there's that responsibility there. We also need to utilize AI as much as we can for good. This is something that some companies are having a hard time with, in adopting AI, but doing it in a way that's secure, in a way that's well thought out, and that it's not just jumping into the deep end because you don't want to be left behind, or you're trying to counter all these different threats that are out there. So how we can use AI for good, for threat detection, it has been a game changer for us, at least at NJKIC. We've utilized AI to really help increase our ability to find malicious and suspicious activities on our networks. They can more accurately baseline what's normal, and then find out when there's a deviation from that normal. And so they can analyze all of that data from your network, figure out this seems anomalous. And that leads us into this automated incident response. This was around before, where you could have one of these programs or technology that will act on your behalf. So if you have a endpoint detection system and there's something they've seen, they're like, this doesn't look good. The program identifies this as like an alert. We're giving you an alert for this thing. And you can then determine if it's these types of alerts, then you can take action. You can contain one of these systems so it doesn't spread across all of the network. And so you could do that before, but now it's even better, where there's a lot less false positives. So we're not, containing, or we're not taking something off the network when it doesn't need to be, and then it's causing a bunch of operational issues. And so it's just much more accurate. And so I think more people have confidence in being able to allow programs to do things on their behalf, to have that automated incident response, which is really critical in making sure that these incidents, if you're impacted, there's malware on a device, that doesn't spread across your network. So that's, great. That's been wonderful. Workforce augmentation. And I'm not talking about taking people's jobs. I know there's a huge concern for AI, that is very, we should probably have, a bit of concern about that. But for workforce augmentation, what I mean here is that, and this is particular for the public sector, but really across the board, we have thin budgets. We can't hire, as many people as we need to do all the things that we need to do. So by utilizing AI, we can really start putting in repeatable, simpler tasks for these AI programs to do. And that frees up staff to focus on more of those complex projects, the complex tasks that we have. And so it's just helping to free up for all of those other things that, we need to get to. We need to start advancing our programs of work and the, services or resources that we provide. And so we can use AI to do those more repeatable things, and using automation for that as well. And you need to have very smart people behind any of those to make sure that automation or that AI program we're using for those simpler tasks are doing things the way that they're intended to be to do. So increasing resilience, recommendations for organizations as it pertains to AI. And I mentioned these patch cycles. We really need to accelerate. The window for exploitation is getting smaller, getting shorter, I should have said. And so I would really focus on being able to do that, to have that window for patching, to have it as short as possible, that you can do that. Crawl, walk, run. Don't just jump into this. Use AI to your advantage, but prepare not only what you as an organization are going to do, have some sort of strategy there, but also prepare and train your staff. Training is very important for them to understand how they should be utilizing these programs and tools, how they shouldn't, what data they are permitted to put in there, what data they're not. It's okay to crawl first. you're still making progress. And just wanted to make sure I hit on that. And that's kind of leads into guardrails of ensuring that organizational data is not inadvertently exposed. And again, make sure your staff is trained, and not only with what they can put into those programs, but also in how to handle the information that comes out of them. So in particular, for something like generative AI, we all are saying, we have to verify everything. It is really true. There are the tools that we pay for, not just something like ChatGPT, but that we pay for. We put in a prompt, and they will spell normal words completely incorrectly, and we don't know why. We don't know why that happens, but it's something you have to review every single thing that you get back from something like generative AI. You can't just use it and think that it knows everything. And that's not only just for like the spelling errors that I mentioned, but also content. We know that there's hallucinations for these AI programs where they just make up stuff that actually never happened. So just make people aware of that. It's something you have to continually remind them of too. Updating risk metrics. AI may change how you evaluate risk, and that kind of that is related to the whole low severity vulnerabilities chain together. But just make sure that you're evaluating your risk with those things in mind. Everything's a lot about AI right now, and how that's going to make us more vulnerable, and what should we be doing, and we should be using all these different AI tools for defense. We can do that, but focus on the basics. We're still seeing cyber criminals exploiting people and organizations who are not implementing best practices. So using the NIST cybersecurity framework, making sure that you're addressing all of those best practices, not even with AI in mind. Just do the basics, because most organizations aren't even doing that much. If you focus on those things, you focus on multi-factor authentication, you will be, and making things not publicly facing if they don't need to be. Those two things alone will help you greatly. Make sure you're deploying those endpoint detection response capabilities, all of that. To that end, like I said before with all of this, and I know, and I mentioned before, try to adopt the tools that are available to you to help defend your networks, defend your organizational data, identities, etc. Don't let your organization fall behind, but focus on the things that you can do, that you should do to help with productivity and for defense capabilities. As I mentioned before, building collective defense. This is from the AI vulnerability storm, building a Mythos ready security program. For those of you who haven't heard of Mythos, I'm sure a lot of us have. This is from OpenAI, or Anthropic. There's a tool that's going to be it is very effective in finding vulnerabilities that other programs have not been able to find. And again, with providing information about how to change vulnerabilities too. And this has made people very, very concerned, Mythos. And so it's not available to the public right now, but it's something that we have to build this kind of Mythos ready security program. As I mentioned before, if you view that document, which is available online, a lot of it's focused on those basics that I mentioned before. So just focus there. But this quote is, attackers have already operate in syndicates, crowdsourcing, sharing tools, moving as a collective. And they do. These cyber threat actors work together all the time. They have their own kind of business models and everything. Engage now with sector coordinating groups such as ISAC, so information sharing and analysis centers, CERTs, community emergency response teams, standard bodies to share this threat intelligence, coordinate response, and produce sector-specific guidance for this moment. Defenders must do the same, leveraging coordinating groups, especially when considering organizations that fall below but that there's certain organizations who just do not have the funds, do not have the capital to put cybersecurity controls in place that need to be there to keep their business running. So that's where like all this collective defense, we can help kind of the rising tide floats all boats kind of mentality. For educate membership, I'm running out of time here, so I won't focus on this, but our website is cyber.nj.gov. It's right here. If you want to email me, you have any questions at all, you can do our main and email there. I'll put my email in the chat as well, if everyone can see that, but or you can give us a call. Go to our website, kind of see what information is available there. Be happy to answer any questions that you guys have if you want to email us. And then encourage everyone to become a member, as part of that collective defense. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. If we put the contact information in the chat window, and if anybody wants to see the presentation, we are going to deliver those presentations. I want to give us about maybe a week, just because if there's any editing and any animations in those presentations, we want to make sure everybody makes them static, and then we will deliver those. But people have to sign up for our newsletter on our website in order to get that notification and that link to the resource page on procurementcon.com. That page is full of information which will be from this event and all events we've ever done. So there's a lot of information that people will have access to besides this. In fact, some of cybersecurity, the previous cybersecurity event we did. But again, Krista, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Our guest, Martin, has not been able to get on, and we're running a little bit behind. So we're going to let everybody get their coffee and their Powerade or whatever it is you're drinking, and maybe share these links with some people that promise to be here. And then I'm going to come back with Stan if we have a little bit of time, and we'll do a quick Q&A before our next presenter comes on. Does that sound good to you, Stan?
That sounds fine. Let's get some refreshments really quick. Some coffee sounds terrific. But let me real quick a shout out to Krista Valenzuela at NJ Kick. For some of you, you may already be familiar with NJ Kick, and I really urge you. It's free. You should go to their website, njccic. Is it org or gov? Hold on.
I think I put the link is in chat.
All right, NJ Kick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually
.gov.
Yeah.
Yep, .gov. No, that didn't work either. Hold
No,
on
it's
a second.
the link is cyber.nj.gov.
There we go. They are terrific on so many fronts, and I encourage you. Krista's fantastic. I've reached out to her many times over the years, and they always respond quickly. And just there might be issues going on that they're attending to, but for the most part, they will get back to you. And they have a lot of resources available through grants. I've had municipalities throughout the state of New Jersey who applied for grant funding through the NJ Kick that was made available to provide them with tools to help them in their municipalities. And so with cyber defense software, for example. So really, it's great to sign up with them to be in the know, and that awareness would be very helpful to you, whether you're a small, medium, large organization or a government agency or a municipality or a faith-based organization. So anyway, let's, as Eric said, let's take a couple minutes here, and we'll see you back at what time, Eric? Should we get back here?
Let's take
The
a
next-
10-minute break.
Yeah, the next session is at
10:50.
10:50. We have a terrific presentation from Jennifer Bayuk on zero trust compliance. Okay, so I'll see you back in a few minutes.
All right, thanks. Welcome back, everyone. 10 minutes goes by fast, doesn't it? It's like must be some kind of time dilation or something. But as soon as I see that Stan is on, so we're gonna chat it up because I have some a serious question here I have to ask you, Stan. So welcome back, Stan. Welcome back,
Yeah,
everybody.
happy to be back.
Listening to Kenneth and Krista, uh, I think Kenneth had said for every dollar we spend to thwart bad actors, it's $49 they're spending or something like that. They're making bank on being crooks. I mean, it's the age old problem of cops and crooks. Cops, everybody who's a good actor has all these guardrails and things in place, and there's almost seems like your hands are tied, right? While the crooks have no boundaries. And how do we, at this rate, how are we out? Are we ever going to outpace the bad guys at this rate? And what are we doing to try to outpace them?
Well, thank you for the question, Eric. And it is a challenge, and sometimes it feels like running in sand. Have you ever, right here, as we enter the beach season, you run in sand. You may start off pretty quick, and in a short amount of time, it's a lot harder to run. And the same goes for cyber defenses in the sense that it is a constant battle. When we just think that we put in place some good protections, something new emerges, and it's unfortunate, but it is a constant threat. Uh, and Krista mentioned this, the IC3. The IC3 is the FBI's um, repository. It's where you can report cyber incidents, ic3.gov. Let me just get you the website right now because I want folks to know. Yeah, so ic3.gov is the Internet Crime Complaint Center. And this is where we do see the trends continuing to tick up. So they're not, it isn't getting easier. It's getting harder. It's getting changed. And, the whole idea of AI, yes, we're using AI perhaps to help protect us a little bit better. But at the same time, so are the bad actors. And there are those that are using this as a business model on the criminal side. And what we need to do is things like this right now. Awareness is probably one of the best things we can. It's a start, right? Just being aware of some of the threats, just simple things, and I get asked all the time. I had a friend, a pretty good friend, who last week found out that his account, it was a gaming account, was breached, and that account was then used to try to breach other systems that he belonged to. So we tend to be aware of defenses that we should put in place. So, for example, and Krista touched on this, multi-factor authentication. Every one of your applications that you use, whether it's Instagram, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's YouTube, you need to ensure that you set up multi-factor authentication. There's still many people who are not doing that, and that will help minimize. It's not a guarantee. No, there's no guarantee in any of the cyber uh, breaches that if a bad actor really wants to get inside, they're going to continue to poke. They only need to find one hole, right? Where we have to defend against everything, they only need to find one hole, and then there's the potential. But that's an important one. I think you should for everyone, just a reminder, reevaluate how much you're sharing online as well. I tell folks, look at your security settings. LinkedIn, for example, over the past year changed, and they added some more features to their security apparatus in LinkedIn to limit the amount you share. That I think is important aspect. We love using this, and we the and I and that was a terrific presentation, by the way, from Kenneth Watson, founder and CEO of AI of Clarity AI Strategies. He talked about being careful. Just because you can't go ahead and upload and input information into AI. So the bad actors might be getting access to that as well through these large language models. So for those of you in organizations, review your policies. Organizations now are coming up with new AI policies, and I think you need to read those and just for your own sake to make sure you're not breaching the policies of your organizations, but also to protect yourself and your organization, right? And I think that's another one. Kenneth mentioned, hey, if you upload a file with a bunch of private information that you didn't want to get out there, well, that might be it's the same as uploading a Google Doc into a share that you made available to the masses. So you really need to heed that and be careful. I often say, just I'll be honest. Today, I thought to myself, all right, I have to say a few words for this presentation. I had a few things that I wanted to bring up, and and talking points. But I said, all right, let me think about, let me add it to AI, see if there's something that might jazz it up a little bit. Well, I could have just used one of these free AI tools out there, but since I am part of a university, and I wasn't using anything private, but I wanted to be careful. I used the AI that's approved by our organization, and the way we use it, I used it so that the information would be kept secure and private. So, little things just throughout your day, stop and say, all right, what's appropriate here? Or am I adding a risk? And ask questions. The same person that had this account breach, it was a gaming system console breach. He said, all right, what can I do? Because I want to protect my finances. Well, he was reaching out and asking. And I said, well, you should probably lock your credit so that people aren't doing any hard checks against your credit or trying to open up a credit card or a checking account. We don't know what information they gained from breaching one of his platforms. Take steps to, as I said, put in place multi-factor authentication. Look at your internet at home, right? How many of us may not have changed the default passwords? Limit who can connect to your Wi-Fi at home. And so little steps, I think that would yield benefits. Your internet service provider at home, check their website or ask their tech support what they offer. They often have lots of services in place to help protect you as well. So, there's not one thing, Eric, that will solve all our woes of the internet. There's so many benefits
Yeah.
that we gain from using AI or still to this day, the internet, but we need to be a little bit more careful. I'm often asked, hey, how do we secure the internet? And two ways: don't use it if you really want to be careful, or reinvent the internet. And that's a tough one, right? So that's where
Yeah.
the each organization has to take their steps. But I probably went on more than I needed
No,
to.
no,
But
no. That was very informative. And our next guest is coming on. But what I want to ask one more question, and really I have like 100 questions, right? So I'm going to have to probably do a just a show with you. Um, I see a lot of the VPN stuff out there. A lot of VPNs. Buy your VPN. Get your VPN. Is that a layer of security people should be looking into?
yeah, well, a couple things, right? Any defenses, right? As I said earlier, defense in depth could be beneficial. There are times when it's beneficial to encrypt everything you're doing on the internet. So, for example, using a public Wi-Fi, if I go to Starbucks, I am not going to go onto my banking website. All right. Now, I don't know who's on that Starbucks website. I don't know who's managing the Starbucks, and nothing against Starbucks, right? I happen to enjoy and appreciate their coffee. I'm just using an example of some of these free Wi-Fi services. So in that situation, if I have no choice, I've got to get to my banking website. I will probably throw another layer of security and utilize some sort of VPN. Or I'll wait until I know I'm on a network that is more secure. So it could be beneficial in some situations, Eric. knowing most websites today also are encrypted. Whenever you see your HTTPS in your address bar, that information for the most part is encrypted. But keep in mind, not all encryption is perfect. And we'll hear a little bit later today on quantum computing and how that might break some of the encryption. That's one of the cases, use cases for quantum. But I think if you can put up more layers, you could, it's beneficial to you. So it just depends on the situation. I'm very careful if I'm at a hotel, for example, and they have their Wi-Fi available. I think twice about what I'm doing on the internet. Now, if I'm shopping on Macy's or Amazon, well, that's one thing. Although some may say, well, Amazon's got your credit card information. That's true, but the site is encrypted by default. But if I need to throw an added layer, and I don't want somebody to actually know where I'm connecting from, I might be using some sort of alternate network path such that it might hide where I'm originally establishing my connection to the internet.
Okay, so
right.
with that said, I'm going to boot you. Stay around because we know we need you today. And I'm going to bring in and introduce our next guest. I believe it's Jennifer, and if I butcher your name, I am so sorry. Bayuk, correct?
Correct. Good.
And technically, it's your doctor, Jennifer Bayuk, right?
Technically, yes.
Technically, I listen. My attitude is,
Don't tell anyone on an airplane. That's
right. My attitude is, if you worked hard to get those letters, we should be calling you by that name. So, Dr. Bayuk, you are the founder of, what's the name of the company again?
Decision Framework Systems.
Decision Framework Systems, and you are a cybersecurity subject matter expert and beyond, right? And you're going to be talking today about zero trust or zero trust compliance. And I'll be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever heard of it, so I'm going to be listening intently.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen now so I can start the presentation. And there we are. All right. Do you see my screen? Do you see my screen now?
Yeah, we see your screen, and
Okay. I was just checking my mic. I didn't know if you could hear me.
And you're currently parallaxing, so.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Well, welcome to my world. We're going to talk about the latest highly recommended method of having a secure enterprise architecture, which is lovingly referred to as zero trust. So I am Jennifer Bayuk. I have a long history of cybersecurity. I used to say that I've worked in every type of cybersecurity job function, and then somebody reminded me that I've never been an adversary and I've never been in the military. So I've just had a lot of different experiences, from audit to security architecture. I was a chief information security officer on Wall Street. Went back to get a PhD when Wall Street crashed, and ended up doing short stints in a couple of different companies before starting my own consulting and GRC firm. So along the way, I was encouraged when I was at Price Waterhouse to start publishing, because you always look like more of an authority. And if you have a good idea and you get it out there first, then other people are likely to adopt it, and you don't have to change what you're doing to adopt the best practices, because you are that. So I've been publishing along the way, and also getting different degrees and certifications one at a time. And that is me. When I started in cybersecurity, the mantra of the day was defense in depth. You can't just have one password. You just can't have a network password, you have to have security at every layer. In your data, you have software defenses. Right? At the operating system, you're defending the software. At the network level, you're defending the operating systems. And from a physical security perspective, you have guards and gates. And that was the way we saw it. Every layer would be something that the adversary had to hop through and hack through. So if you had many layers, you were more secure. That was called a perimeter model. When you connect to the internet, the network is your perimeter. So you're looking at desktop access controls, network controls, operating system, application, and database. However, you have to let the people who are authorized to get in. So are they really layers, or do you put little bridges over the layers for some types of users? There are options for an access path. You can either go directly from the network to the application, or you can go from the network directly to the database, depending on what is configured as firewall rules and authentication functions. For example, when you go to a web server from the internet, you don't log into the operating system, you don't log into the application. You may just be going directly to the database, or the application might be going there for you. So you actually didn't log into the application yet, but it's already going to the database. So this defense and depth perimeter model is thinking that the network is shielding us, but it doesn't really shield us because of what we have to let through for authorized access. The remote access path includes administrators who might be database administrators, and once they connect to the internet, they can connect directly to the database. So there was something wrong with that, and people started to design different applications that had at least authorized access checks at these layers as far as they could, but still anyone with a username and password to the application, or in this case, there were firewall rules for specific workstations, and then from the application authentication, you're skipping the operating system. In this case, they would add a little authentication that the operating system would know which workstations were allowed to connect before getting to the application. But still, anyone who had their username and password stolen, and especially after we added multi-factor authentication, if they had their multi-factor authentication hijacked somehow, would just piggyback on the authorized user. And especially at the administrator level, it's still the case. The administrators come in, they authenticate to the network, and then they can get to any layer that they want. I mean, that they're authorized to get to with their usernames and passwords, but that does create a big breach in these layers. You're not ever authenticating, almost never authenticating 6 times to get somewhere. So defense in depth turned out to just be an illusion. That's my little bridges. And now you add that people are sitting in the internal network. And the people who are sitting in the internal network rarely have firewall rules at all to get to anywhere in those layers. They can get to the front door of practically anything. So if they can, and they leave their computer logged in at night, or somebody knows their password, which when you're in the internal network, there are a lot of companies still who don't have you use 2-factor authentication. The cleaning people come in and can use your computer, and that has been done. And in penetration testing, it's done. When I was at Price Waterhouse, we used to sneak into the buildings at night to find out which computers were logged in, so that we could use that as a finding in our penetration tests. They still do. So the layers are porous. The internal network, usually not restricted. Active content on desktops, that's another thing. The desktops are going out, and they're hitting malware on web servers or ad servers. which is siphoning data out. And a lot of times, in a lot of companies, they're not even blocking hostile sites, even though there is technology to do that, known hostile sites. And you have to wonder how valuable that is anyway, because now these sites, hostile sites, are going up so fast, no vendor can really keep up with the number of hostile sites. I remember when we first got these proxy servers that blocked, exfiltration from desktops to hostile sites. The one that we had chosen, which was from a very respectable security software vendor, could only have simultaneously about 5,000 hostile sites in their software, and there were another 1,000, every couple of months. So we had to recycle them. So the older ones would come off, but they were probably still active. It's very difficult to claim that defense in depth is a good strategy. So we had an observation in the 2004 timeframe that deperimeterization is happening. It's inevitable. Central protection is decreasing in effectiveness. Security people were very concerned about this, and a group calling themselves the Jericho Forum made a point to go and speak at this conferences and write papers and make sure everyone knew that defense in depth didn't work. So they wrote bullet lists like this: assume context at your peril. Devices and applications must communicate using open, secure protocols. We need to develop those things. Any implementation must be capable of surviving on the raw internet. Access to data should be controlled by security attributes of the data itself. There was a lot of publication on, having data-aware security and having a key, distributing keys, for example, for encryption that would be that would allow you to take encrypted data from the database and decrypt it on your desktop so that the data was not at risk in between those 2 points. People are coming up with a whole lot of good ideas to make sure that this deperimeterization did not impact their security. So we have zero trust. I feel like I'm missing a slide here. Yeah, I think I am. So I'm going to just speak to it. One of these guys in 2007 and 2009 timeframe realized that on the back of a firewall, there's a picture of the network, and I'd love to show it to you. So I'm going to see if I can, because I don't know where it went, because it really makes the point. So let's see if it was in the first version of this. Okay, I'll find it. Okay, sorry for the interruption, but you had to see this slide. The trust model is broken. There was a huge issue where China was infiltrating the technology companies in the US, and Google security staff didn't know it, but they were upgrading technology all the time anyway, and all of a sudden they noticed unusual activity everywhere in their network, and China was siphoning off all of their search models and everything that they had under development as Google was opening the internet search market in China. They realized that their new business partner was stealing all their data. Now, this put a lot of research into cybersecurity, and an industry analyst covering this story looked at a firewall one day and noticed that the vendor had actually labeled the network ports untrusted and trusted. And the internal network, the one that China was prowling around through Google, was this trusted one. So what does that tell us? The insider network, the internal network, cannot be known as trusted. The trust model is broken. Just because someone's in your network doesn't mean they've logged in. No more Chewy centers, he wrote. See why I had to bring that slide back, because it really illustrates the point. So the original zero trust recommendations were protect, detect, and deploy your network in conjunction with your traditional security information management system so that you can use your traditional methods of detect, but you should be inspecting and logging all traffic, not trust but verify, but having someone log in first and then trust. So now we'll go back to the abbreviated version of that class that I did for Premiere and didn't take all the slides out. So here we have. So over the years, people started to build what they call zero trust models. And in 2020, it took 10 years, with experiments of all these types of ways to inspect all traffic and authorize all access by resource. NIST had big conferences and got the best ideas from everyone and came up with this model. The idea is every single resource, be it a database, a scanner, a printer, and of course all devices, operating systems and network devices, was considered a separate asset. And you needed to allow data to get to that asset. So there's a concept of a data plane, but nothing you do to secure that data should be on the data plane. There should be a separate control plane where all of the administrators work and all of the security information is used to control the data plane. Now, network security has had this as a concept for a long time because there is a management network, a network management network that has always needed to be separate from the rest of the networks that the users were using. In case one of them went down, the management network was connected to every single one of them and could get to all the network equipment, and it wasn't on a place where user activity, like maybe somebody doing a denial of service attack, could stop that network from getting anywhere. So it was an availability control already, and now it became a confidentiality and integrity control as well. So then we have the user having to access a device to get to the resource, and that has to happen on the data plane because the user has got to, allow their devices to have the data in order to get it themselves. But what the zero trust concept is put a policy enforcement point in the data plane, a lock on the door for each resource that has its own policy decision point rules about what that user has to present to authenticate themselves and what has to be checked to authorize them. And then make sure that all of these devices or configurations are configured properly, that all the activity logs for access are going to your security information and event management system, and logs from the resource itself go there too, and all three of them have to match in real time including checking the config sometimes, in order for that policy enforcement point to let the user through. And that goes for every resource. And there's continuous monitoring and diagnostics. And if any anomalies occur, like maybe the same user logging in from 2 different devices at the same time, that access is immediately cut off. That's the concept of zero trust. We still have a management net where security and network security work. They administer the policy enforcement points, and they have to also check the, use multi-factor authentication, and their policy enforcement points have got to be at the same level of the user ones in order for them to get to the management net. So that is the components of zero trust. And then we have the administrators also, to get to operating systems. And then we have encryption over all of the network traffic. And that model is, this is a simplified version of what it really means to protect each resource separately, having a separate policy enforcement point, or at least a separate policy enforcement point design per resource category. Like all the network equipment might have one, the business applications might have a single sign-on that meets these enhanced security criteria, but each category would be its own policy enforcement point with its own policy decision rules. Now, if you look at how the NIST standard shows you this is what it looks like. And you have your control plane up here, you have your data plane down here. You have a host of technologies at every point in that simplified diagram. There's never one technology that can fully provide a policy enforcement point. You take your access directory, your SSO gateways, your multi-factor authentication, your endpoint detection and response, and you use it all together to create those rules in your continuous detection and mitigation system, a completely separate system. You have your data access policy. You could identify someone, but you have to know exactly what they're allowed to access to let them through. Your policy engine is where you have those rules. The policy decision point in the simplified diagram includes 2 components: the policy engine, which is the rules, and then the administrator, which checks the rules and lets the network allow the user to get through the policy enforcement point to get to the resource. So all of these technologies were added over the years. I think if you were watching closely when I was flipping through slides, there was a lot of history of cybersecurity about how we got all of these rules. We don't have time for that today. But the point in that version is that, okay, so we got firewalls in, 1988 after the Morris worm. And we got, single sign-on somewhere around the early 2000s. But all of these technologies also came in, like the risk issue tracking list, the SIEMs came in somewhere around maybe about 2000. They're in the activity logs. Alert generation, that came out when we had antivirus, and that was in the early 90s. They just keep adding on each other. We don't have one security technology that can accomplish all this. We have any given large even a small organization will have at least 50 different security technologies to interact with. And this becomes a serious architecture issue. So you need a really serious architect to put this all together and know how to monitor it and write procedures for someone like security operations to do the right thing with the alerts. It always reminds me of the movie Koyaanisqatsi about industrialization, and it's named that because it's an Indian word for life that calls for another way of living. This is what we have right now for best practices in zero trust architecture. Cries out for some simplification, but this is what it takes. So to go into a little more detail on some of these components, we have a policy decision point that is querying a policy enforcement point. So if somebody gets to the policy enforcement point, the decision point does an authorization check first, and then it will look at the trust algorithm to find out whether the user has access or authorized access to that resource that it's trying to get to. So we have separate components so that if one component is hacked, the other one is still fully functional. And the matter is just like reducing the attack surface by having as few end user access to things like the policy engine as possible. So there's all sorts of network control points between these components. So what's in the trust algorithm? You get the request, the subject and database history, the asset database, whatever asset they're trying to get to, the resource policy requirements, and threat intelligence logs, so that with all of these as data sources, you can check whether the user has access or not. And notice that history is here, and that history is ongoing, and that's what we mean by continuous. That subject, the person who's trying to get to the asset right now, if there is anomalous behavior, my easy example, 2 people logged in, is that as the same user on the same network trying to get to different things, then the trust algorithm will say no. And by the way, that example is how SolarWinds was detected. SolarWinds was active in hundreds of companies' networks for about 6 to 8 months, they think, maybe earlier. And it was found by Mandiant on their own network because someone just happened to notice, looking at a display, that there were 2 people logged in the network with different phone numbers, and it was the same username. And they didn't actually have that as a detection role then, but we all do now. So getting a little deeper into this policy enforcement point example, we have the desktop agent having to get through that secure access network technology, making sure there's no evidence that there's hostile behavior like repeated failed logins, things like that, or that they're coming from a known criminal site. We have a policy enforcement point looking for the endpoint security on the device to make sure that it's running the latest, Tanium, Rapid7, whatever you've got for your endpoint. Then the policy engine sends on the credentials, if the device check is okay, to the identity repository to authenticate and confirm. The policy engine then has the resource list that the user is authorized to get to, and the policy engine will do the authorization and behavior check again when the user selects what resource or what function or whatever they're going to be accessing. And then, assuming everything's okay, authorized and stable, we request the second factor of authentication to make sure it's really them, get that reply from the multi-factor system, and then have the user confirm that they do have that thing in their hand. So that's confirmed. Then we have to create a session key so that we know who is on the other side of this communication path, and we can recheck it. similar to a cookie, but it might be a little more secure. It might not be in a browser. It might be in some custom software on a desktop app, and enable that user to get through the network to the resource. The resource itself may have another layer of security, but this part is the ZTA policy enforcement point. And that's why we need so many different technologies. You can see that, to create one access path. So now the user's logged in and they are going from their desktop again, but they want to go to a different resource or a different function with a policy enforcement point in front of it. Now they've got that key. They know that they've been authenticated once, and they still go through the hostility check, even though they're presenting their session key. They still go through the device check the second time. They still go through the valid session check. Now this is the new one that the session hasn't timed out or something like that. And assuming they're still in a valid session, they can get their resource list. They request that second resource. They get the authorization and behavior check again, assuming that it goes through. Then they will be prompted for the second authentication factor again, because it's a different resource. The idea is that just because you got to the network once and you got checked doesn't mean that we still believe that you're the identity that originally logged in. You could have, someone could have stolen that token and presented it through this system, sitting on the same device perhaps, and that does happen. Piggybacking on somebody else's access and using their logged in credentials. So to get to a different resource, we do the second authentication factor again. And assuming that that sequence passes, the person could get to the second resource. Now, even people who get all of the zero trust architecture components configured correctly, and they do the continuous monitoring, hostility, and background checks, behavior checks here, sometimes they will allow this session key just because people don't want to be pulling out their second factor every day and the users, really revolt. But according to the ZTA standard that NIST published, this is what you should be doing, and that means the federal government thinks you should be doing that. Now, the NIST ZTA standard is required for federal agencies today, but of course, when federal agencies get audited, they're always, many of them fail their security requirements, and this is just the latest of that unfortunate type of situation. But they're supposed to be doing it, and there are things in the works to require vendors to do this as well. And the CMMC standard requires that you have a security plan, and your security plan might not be accepted if you don't have ZTA. So that's why people have to worry about ZTA today from a compliance perspective, even if they don't care about it from a security perspective. So getting back to our in-depth look at how all of this works. So within that policy engine check, in this previous slide, we had the policy engine, right here. What is that doing internally? Well, when the policy enforcement point and the policy administrator module get to the policy engine, it looks to see if there are threats in your security incident and event management database. And that security incident and event management database will look up that subject and all the activity and return a threat level. Assuming the threat level is low enough, it'll go ahead and request the roles and groups from an entitlement repository and receive that. And then it will request the organizational profile to make sure that person is still a valid employee or contractor within the check, not relying on the business security administration people to delete an ID. It will go and do that by itself. So even if the ID is still valid, if the subject organizational profile is not valid, they will not get in because this policy engine has done its job. So the policy engine can't just be Active Directory. It has to be something that can communicate with these other more, custom internal functions. And then once it has all of this info, it can go ahead and use its own algorithm to decide on the next action. For example, if the subject threat level is low, the subject role or group is entitled to the resource, the profile is in good standing, then go ahead and give that session key or exit the algorithm. However, if the threat level is high, you cancel all the keys that have already been delivered to that subject, you deny them, and then you exit. Or if it's medium and the subject has asked for something they're not allowed to, and their subject profile is not in good standing, then you might just alert and deliver the message to deny authentication. But you're alerting at the same time because that person is out there, and although they are not being allowed the access, it's suspicious that they got this far. So that is what the type of thing a trust algorithm does. You may have many different decision points or trees in your trust algorithm, but you have to have something that is reasonable and allows for that detection and response. And then, of course, the policy engine communicates that, and that's communicated to the user. So we have here advice from the Information Systems Audit and Control Association on regulatory compliance, and it's based on the fact that compliance footprint is a list of all the laws, regulations, and standards to which the organization must adhere. Now, if nobody's doing that, like having a privacy regulation, contractual obligations, and like international laws in different countries that are supposed to restrict data flow, then they may be either collecting too much or not using it appropriately as you're supposed to. So when you start doing all this behavioral analysis to decide whether somebody has access, you're looking at every data element you can, and they caution you to make sure that you're allowed to look at this data, like what's on a user device if it's not owned by the organization, for example, that you start to get into a gray area where security starts to invade privacy. So that is the challenges and rewards of zero trust privacy, they call it, and just something to look out for. Yes, this system architecture must happen prior to the granting the user access. So, in addition to that call out on the regulatory privacy compliance, HISACA has advised on how to roll out zero trust architecture in general. And that is to be direct and present the idea to a steering committee or some team that is responsible for organizational direction and strategy. You need a tone at the top. You need people who are in significant operational roles, like the chief operations officer, chief risk officer, and chief legal team, human resources, to be overseeing this work so they know what kind of rules that you've laid out and that you're planning to enforce. You need to socialize. People can't just come in one day and have, MFA prompts popping out of their computer every time they turn around and try to do something else. You got to get people aware that we're doing this on purpose. We're going to try to make it as easy as possible for everyone, and to provide feedback that you honestly try to incorporate as you are tightening security controls. Seek to understand their concerns and challenges, and find creative ways to design your architecture to accommodate them. And educate and share the information on the privacy, that what you're collecting, what you're not collecting, publish it, make sure everyone understands that you're doing it solely for the purpose of security and this data is not going anywhere else. And as people are contributing to the project, like developers who have to port their applications to your zero trust model, they will have different experiences and different challenges of which you may not be aware, so that you've got to give them plenty of time to review designs and create their own models that are in compliance, so the overall project can be successful. And have some informal approval from stakeholders, but it should be total top-down, tone at the top. The CEO should know about it and issue some kind of statement on why it's important. That a risk appetite statement would suffice for that. We have zero tolerance for cyber attacks due to known exploited vulnerabilities, for example, and we are implementing zero trust to minimize the probability that those will occur in our organization. So, oops, I just meant to get to this slide. Questions, discussion. I don't know if we have time for that, Eric. We might have a couple minutes and I could stop sharing my screen and you can see me again. Where is that on my browser? Yeah, here we are.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Dr. Babe. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the same question. There are no questions in chat, but I do have that same question that I bounced off of Stan was, it seems like there's a pacing issue, right? The bad actors are always 10 steps ahead and doing bad things because they have no guardrails.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And the good guys, it's the cops and crooks thing. Like, so, Stan had mentioned about, you have to create these layers of security. Where do we see ourselves as the good guys going in thwarting that whole bad guy dynamic?
We are seeing a lot of cooperation and information sharing at very high levels in government public-private partnerships. There have been a lot of really good organizations in the information sharing and analysis centers. And vendors do try to work very closely with the chief information security officers to accomplish zero trust and work together, like to have integrations between their products. The question on VPN that Stan was answering, that the trying for an individual trying to hide themselves on the internet, a VPN is one way that they do it. Tor is the one that is very popular for criminals and nation state espionage agents. But there are other off-the-shelf ones that your average citizen could use. And if you think of that model, you want your whole organization to look like that. You don't want anyone to know that the traffic is coming from your organization when you're out there. So you would be using your own network controls to diversify your traffic so it's not recognizable outside of, from the internet outside of your organization. So everybody's trying to kind of blend into the background of the internet and have their traffic just look like it's noise, right? Yeah. That's mostly trying to protect yourself by trying to stay anonymous. So the VPN is a step an individual can do for that. But once you've got that network connection and you're connecting with the resource, that's it, right? So that's when Microsoft can take all your data out of your desktop because you're connected to them already. So you really have to worry about your vendors. Really have to worry about your vendors and how much you share with them. I always turn off no diagnostic data goes anywhere. Nobody's going to call me just because something bad happened on my machine and I sent data. I'm not just letting them pick up files and send them back, right? Because they think there's a problem on my computer that they want to fix themselves, right? So things like that, there are phone home things all over the place. And when I was a CISO, I was constantly blocking them with firewall rules and, content filters. You just wake up one day and all of a sudden your Oracle database is sending back data to Oracle when it thinks that it should, as opposed to when you think you want to call them.
The
My
machines.
printer does that at home. My printer.
Oh my God. Yeah. I do that too. I have a lot of things like don't send.
Yeah.
It's the machines. The machines are taking over. But I really want to thank you for your time and your presentation. Again, folks, presentations will be made available. You just have to go to Procurement Con, sign up for our newsletter, The Deets, and we will make sure these static versions will be available for everyone to access within about a week, I would say. But again, thank you very much.
Before we do that.
Definitely. Thank you, Dr. Begg. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Our next guest is Secretary of InfraGard, Chris Phillips. Chris, I'm going to ask you, do you have your presentation? Because it came in a PDF, and we were hoping to have them for PowerPoints, but,
I have the PDF version.
All right. So, I mean, if you welcome to share your screen and be able to walk through your PDF, I think it would just be better than me trying to tell this system that it's a PDF when it's trying, or that it's a PowerPoint when it's trying to deliver it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up here. Sorry, 1 second.
No worries.
I have it. I'm on a iPad, so it's kind of iffy here.
All right, let's see if I can pull that in. Excuse the technical difficulty, folks. Let's see if I can.
Sorry about that. I was a last minute addition here, so I do apologize.
Last minute addition, but first choice.
Yeah, let's go with that. Sure.
Okay, let me see if I could get this to see it. And where did I put it? Yeah, it's not showing up in my folder, so I apologize about that. Quick second.
Eric, this is Stan. I'll try to share it. I have the file as well. Let me try to share it, and then maybe Chris could talk to it. Let me see if that works.
Yeah, let's try that. Let's try.
Hold on 1 second.
Stan always comes to my rescue. So
Stan is the man.
He's the white knight on the horse there.
There we go. Tell me if you see that.
Hold on. Let's add that scene instead.
There we go.
All right. So I'm going to take me out of the equation, and I guess Stan has the controls.
Yeah. So I won't speak. Chris, do you see? Do you see it, Eric?
I see it.
All right, cool. All yours, Chris.
All right. Well, apologize for that, guys. My name is Chris Phillips. I'm Secretary of the Board of the InfraGard here. I'm a financial crimes compliance consultant here in New Jersey. I've been with the InfraGard for, I think, about 5 years at this point. So I just want to give you a brief intro to the organization. We are a New Jersey specific chapter. The last speaker was talking a lot about public-private partnerships. That's exactly what the InfraGard is. Sam, if you can go to the next slide. So the InfraGard is actually a private-public partnership with the FBI. It was formed in the Cleveland office, I think sometime in the 90s, right, and spread nationwide. We have, in New Jersey, we've got a few hundred members. And the InfraGard is made up of a series of critical sectors. I think that might be on the next slide. No? Here we go. Can you go back up? So here we go. So critical sectors. So the idea behind the InfraGard is there are some, there's sectors, I think there's 23 in total that the FBI has designated as critical to the U.S. government, right? And so what the InfraGard is, it's a public-private partnership that allows the FBI to share information with persons in those critical sectors.
Sorry. I'm just, there we go. I'll leave it here.
There we go.
All
so
right.
The sectors range, manufacturing, chemical, transportation. Basically, think anything infrastructure that, if we're attacked by an enemy of the United States, would cause significant damage to the U.S. economy, right? I am part of the financial sector special interest group. Banks, financial sector in general is part of the one of the critical sectors. In New Jersey, we don't have all critical sectors for SIG. So within the InfraGard, you have a larger shell that allows the FBI to share information with us. They do it through a portal, also through direct contact. So we do have a liaison that kind of communicates with us, lets us know what's going on, what the priorities are, helps share information. And then the way it's broken down is what's called a special interest group. So each sector has a special interest group. In New Jersey, we only really have 4 or 5 that are actually very active. Stan leads our education SIG. I lead the financial services SIG. We also have IT, it's led by a gentleman from AT&T. We have a physical security. We have an energy SIG that is kind of getting going. We're trying to build some transportation and some of these other SIGs, but really heavy in cybersecurity and IT here in New Jersey, which I think is great for this conference here. And again, the idea is, so within those sectors, within those SIGs, what we do is, Scan, if you go back up to the New Jersey section. Yeah. So this is our board. Sorry, maybe one more up. Yeah. So what we do within those things, it's not just information sharing. We're really trying to make something, useful out of these things. So for instance, we will produce white papers to help explain kind of things that are specific to those SIGs. So for instance, in the financial services SIG right now, there's been a lot of issues around AI and modeling. And so we're developing a white paper on how banks can use LLMs to kind of get ahead of fraudsters trying to attack KYC controls. All right. The idea here is that we share that information out with membership and even broader membership nationally, if it's useful. Also, the SIGs have meetings on a regular cadence. So for instance, financial services meets once a month. It's a series of local bankers, very much New Jersey, local financial institutions come together. We kind of talk about things we're seeing in the market, issues that are coming up, and what we can do about it. So it's a great way not just to share information from the FBI to us, but also within these SIGs, it gets very specific into the issues that we're seeing and lets us share information with each other. So if you want to go down one, Stan. Okay. So this is the board makeup. We have a new FBI coordinator, great guy, just met him last week. Our president, Alex, was supposed to be here today. I am the secretary. If you do have questions, Natalie Jackson actually is our membership coordinator, and she was the one that would reach out. If you go to our website, infragardnj.org, right, you get our contact information there. And then here lists out the SIGs. You see IT, energy, manufacturing, higher ed, finance, chemical, physical, and emergency services. Again, IT, financial services, and education are kind of our bigger ones. And it's the sector you work in. So what's interesting is, even in the financial services SIG, we have a lot of IT people because that's the area they work in, but they work at banks, they work at financial institutions. We'll go down one, Stan. So we talk about SIGs. Let's keep going. And we do a lot of partnerships. So one of the other things we do, not just besides meeting together and kind of producing outputs that are useful to the membership at large, we partner with a lot of local conferences and organizations. We'll have a presence there. There's a recent, I forget the name of it, I think CCON at Keene, the North New Jersey Financial Crimes Compliance Conference, also at King, InfraGard has a presence there. Generally, just to support these organizations, we're very much into partnerships with other professional organizations. In fact, several of us sit on cross boards. We also deal with other law enforcement agencies, so not just FBI. We also have good relationships with Homeland Security, IRSCI, New Jersey, OSHP. A lot of good relationships there, and that also helps to share information. For instance, a couple of years ago, we did a tour of the ROC, the State Police Intelligence Center, right, and kind of understood how they operate and how we could help contribute to their organization. We'll go next slide. So at the end of the day, how do we, like I said, we do a lot of output work. It's about communication. It's about making sure everybody's aware of what's going on. And really, at the end of the day, the best part of the InfraGard is not just those connections within the SIGs that get very specialized, but that information that comes directly from law enforcement. And a lot of law enforcement information, it's not just all FBI that comes through the portal. Like I said, it's all those other organizations as well. They filter to the FBI that comes to us. So really good organization to belong to. Next. Some resources, again, go to our website, infragardnj.org. There is a National Members Alliance site you can look at, obviously, and then there's some information on the FBI website around what the InfraGard is and how it does. My name is Chris Phillips. You're certainly welcome to reach out to me if you have any questions on the InfraGard, or again, Nat Jackson is actually our membership chair. We do, if you will follow us on LinkedIn, we do several events throughout the year. So we have a symposium coming up in September, I think September 18th at Keene. That's going to be a full day event. We're going to have speakers from Homeland Security, FBI, a lot of other kind of local organizations, and we try to make it SIG specific. So we'll have somebody from finance, somebody from education. So we'll have that up soon to buy tickets, as well as with the agenda. We typically do a couple of happy hours about every few months, really, and those are open to everybody, usually sponsored. We kind of get everybody together to talk about common problems, understand what's going on, and then we will occasionally do webinars as well. We did one earlier in the year. There's a rash in New Jersey of banks getting spoofed by fraudsters. So call up a customer that they happen to know is a customer of Lakeland Bank and says, "Hey, we're from the Lakeland Fraud Department. I need to confirm your account information." And they do an account takeover from there. So we had the FBI do a presentation on that earlier this year. Really welcome a lot of member feedback, like and that came out of the financial services SIG, because all the bankers are saying, "We're seeing this. What's the FBI doing about it?" And so the FBI, very responsive, great crew, came out and said, "All right, well, let's do this information sharing." And that was open to the public. We didn't just limit that to membership. And I think that's the end of this presentation, probably the end of my time. You have any questions, again, reach out to the leadership, connect with me on LinkedIn, connect with the InfraGard New Jersey chapter on LinkedIn, follow us on LinkedIn so you know what we're up to. Happy to take any questions.
Chris, this is Stan. Maybe we can mention that people that have joined this session today are able to sign up to become members of the InfraGard, and maybe just tell them a little bit about what that process is.
Sure. So you got to be in one of the critical sectors to join the InfraGard, but realistically, probably anybody working on this call is in one of those critical sectors. You apply through the infragard.org website. You will have to undergo an FBI background check, and it is a government process, so it's not quick. just to set expectations. Typically, though, if you reach out to us, like for instance, if you're in the financial services sector and you want to join the SIG call, if you've applied, I'm happy to put you on that call. Really, just to we don't want to really open that to the public, but if you're interested, you're actually joining. We do have some non-members on that call as well. I think IT does as well. But yeah, it's a national organization. Anybody can join. Great information sharing too.
Yeah, it could be very valuable to you when you do run into a more serious technology security issue. It's good to have alliances and folks to call.
And just talking from a financial services, when you have local banks say, "Hey, I'm seeing this, are you seeing this?" We'll get on the call. We'll get very specific. "Hey, this guy walked into the branch and did X, and then we reacted this way. How would you guys react?" Right? Those kind of conversations, super candid, super detailed. Right? It's a great organization for information sharing in that way.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chris, for speaking. It's interesting. I've been part of the InfraGard probably as long as Chris, almost 10 years, first in the New York area. And then when I moved into New Jersey, I moved to the New Jersey branch of the InfraGard, which is the FBI public-private partnership. And it continues to grow, and it's a community that does try to help each other, right? You always need more on your side when it comes to security issues. So it's for those who are and any students as well. Once you start working professionally, after just about 3 years, you can actually sign up to become a member.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah, I think what's unique about the InfraGard too, because I belong to other professional organizations, and a lot of times they're there for the credits, right? I think the InfraGard, we don't issue credits, right? But people show up to our events, people show up to the happy hours, to the calls, because the information sharing is so good and so important in those calls.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris, for your time.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great day. Enjoy the conference.
All right, thanks. I'll turn it back over to Eric.
Well, thank you, Stan. I appreciate that. And a couple of things, too. I know we've been talking about cybersecurity, and we're about to get into a panel here with some incredible professionals. But before I jump into that, I just want to say for anybody that you said, Stan, and you might want to jump real quick back on. We talked about students. Let's talk about that for a quick minute, because we really need to bring attention. And this is not just students who want to be in the cybersecurity industry, but just even, young students are entrepreneurs, or they're looking to be in some capacity. Maybe they're working in more in a union job in the cybersecurity. And so we want to bring attention to that. So how can we get more attention out there to the students, the high school students who are curious, and whatever? Can you speak to that real quick?
Yeah, so on the high school front, pay attention to your local community colleges or universities like Kane University. We have a lot of high school outreach. In fact, starting in just 2 weeks, on July 7th, we run a program through the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. It's called STEAM, and it's a STEM 4-week program where we bring high school students on campus, start for the entire month of July. Quite honestly, it's 4 weeks. They get 3 weeks of curriculum. So they get curriculum in different STEM areas, one being math. Another area is cyber. We do a full week of cybersecurity, which now we include a day on AI as well. And then another week on supply chain, global business, and the environment. And the Port Authority has sponsored this program because they recognize they want to get young people, those who are in high school, interested in these areas and fields because they have a need to bring on employees with these skills. So inquire with your high school guidance offices, your computer science degree programs, or not degrees, but their high school classes. Ask them about opportunities. They do exist. Pay attention to colleges in your area, right? You don't want to pick a college perhaps that's out of state, but if you're in the southern part of the state, maybe you're looking at some of the colleges in that area. If you are in the northern part, you could look at what we're doing at Kane University. I shared this earlier today, but we have an events page, and we do often broadcast these activities. So I think that's one way to get high school students a little bit more interested.
I appreciate that very much. So parents, if you see this little snippet, share it with your kids, give them something really, really valuable to do and to spark their interests. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Stan, and your panel. And I'll let.
Terrific. Let's see if they get on now. I can't see them right now when I'm sharing my screen. So Eric, I'm going to ask you to let me know. Let me see if I
Hey,
can
Stan, good
see.
morning.
Hey, there's Hugo. Hi, Hugo.
Good morning.
And
Good morning,
excellent. We
Stan.
have Franklin. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to expand the screen here, and we will get started right now. So again, this is a session that might go a little bit longer because we're starting actually on time, which is good. We will be speaking today about approachable AI and video surveillance for organizations. I often say, when you look at video surveillance systems today, they are technical and they are amazing. And I think we're going to learn about them today from a couple of our resident subject matter experts on this area. Again, thank you to Eric and Black Ink Creative Partners for the invitation. I'll tell you a little bit about the presenters. They'll speak about their organizations. This is a form of community outreach, and then we have some panel questions that we will bring up. So Hugo Almeida from Abitronics, he is an entrepreneur, mentor, and podcaster with over 30 years of experience in technology and global business, specializing in Latin American markets. After driving growth in very large Fortune 100 companies, including Matsushita Electric, Lucent, and Avaya, he founded his own international technology firm in 2002. He is a recognized industry leader and on the advisory board of Kane University School of Business and the County College of Morris IT Cybersecurity Board. I have to also say he's a terrific advocate for our students. He's often on campus. I'll run into him some evenings. He comes on campus to speak to students, large events, small events, and even hosts an annual meeting and conference that has gotten really well attention and attendance internationally. Let's see. He's addressed the Matsushita Executive Board in Japan and government-led global trade conferences. He holds a BS in Industrial Technology from Kane University, proud alum, and has been recognized for 3 consecutive years on the Channel Futures DE&I 101 list for his commitment to mentoring the next generation of global entrepreneurs. Maybe if you want to just speak quickly about Abitronics, Hugo.
be happy to, Stan. Thank you so much for that intro. But Abertronics, I'm the CEO. Abertronics is a technology advisory company. We will be turning 25 years old early next year, so we're very excited about that. But really, what we bring value to those large, medium, and even small enterprise accounts is really to expand the knowledge of what's happening in the industry technology wise, whether it's security, whether we're talking AI, or whether we're talking customer experience. We can have those open conversations, with no pressure of sales. It's a matter of listening, understanding, and then bringing in relationships that may be able to fulfill the need of corporate America. So, Stan, that's Abertronics in a quick high level snapshot, and glad to be on this panel. Thank you for the invitation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hugo. And we'll have an opportunity to talk more. Just quite very quickly, I want to also mention at Abertronics, uh, we gratefully recognize them. They've supported our cybercrime lab by providing us equipment, video surveillance, modern video surveillance equipment that students put together and are engaging with each semester. Again, high tech. Quickly, Franklin DeGioia from Claro. Franklin will be on our panel as well. He is an accomplished tech sales and channel professional with over 30 years of experience driving business growth through strategic partnerships, channel development, and innovative technology solutions. He flew up today from Florida. He's here with Hugo in person, and he flew all the way up for this event and some others, maybe to catch a soccer game too. Well, I'm sure you will. As a channel partner at Claro, Franklin works closely with master agents, tech advisors, MSPs, and VARs. I'm sure he'll explain what that is across North America to help organizations leverage advanced solutions in managed services, cyber connectivity, AI-driven analytics. Throughout his career, Franklin has built a reputation for developing strong partner relationships, creating go-to market strategies, and helping organizations solve complex business challenges through technology. His expertise spans telecom, managed network services, cloud solutions, cyber, IT, emerging technologies that enable businesses to improve physical security. That's our focus today, physical security with technology. He's based in Florida. He's passionate about connecting businesses with innovative solutions. Perhaps some of you on the call today might have some questions or needs that Claro and Abertronics can meet. He's a loving father of four, married to his wonderful wife, Zoe, and very active coaching soccer and baseball with his youngest son. Maybe if you can quickly just mention, Franklin, a little bit about Claro.
Yeah, Stan, thank you so much. And Hugo, thank you for inviting me to this panel as well. I really appreciate the opportunity. So Claro is really a very global organization. In the US, we focus on providing what we call managed service providers. So we work very closely, or I work very closely with companies like Hugo and Abertronics on supporting him and his clients on reaching what's the art of possible. What are the outcomes that the customers are looking for? So Claro focuses on that type of what's the outcome that they're looking for. We have the capabilities from cyber to cloud to physical security. And the latest and greatest is the AI vision, which is AI agentic. You're going to hear more about it, but Hugo and I are extremely excited, and you're going to hear some really interesting use cases.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Franklin. So let me jump into the questions. We have some time here. And then I want to open it up to those who might be on the call that may have specific questions. So artificial intelligence, video surveillance systems. Many of you on the call are small business owners, and you're probably familiar with video surveillance. You may even have it implemented in your organizations. But what are some of the interesting or crazy examples or fun outcome I'll start with you, Hugo, of integrating AI with video management systems? I start with fun because sometimes that's easier to remember.
Thank you, Stan. Well, not so not so much fun, maybe a little silly. It's in the beginning during the implementation stages of certain solutions, and especially when you start educating, right, the model. Like weapons detection, and then you have to go through the stage of false positive. So not so much funny, but kind of silly sometimes that someone walking across the city, maybe carrying an umbrella on a cloudy day, triggers alerts that may send a false positive. So again, not really funny, but sometimes silly because they pop up and you're like, oh goodness, well, thank goodness it's an umbrella. But then you train that model, right? But like that, we have a bunch of different kind of silly scenarios where false positive things that you can never even imagine that the lens actually is communicating with the artificial intelligence that's embedded in that video stream and actually picking things up, that when you stop to think, you're like, man, I guess that does look like a weapon, or goodness, I thought that was the spark that could cause a fire. And it turns out to be like an evening lamp just turning on as the dusks, as we're entering, sunset, so things like that, but nothing really funny, but kind of silly, I would say.
But it's very important because for
It,
me, and I'm sure some of the audience as well, we often have uh, engaged with generative AI, and then we might get a response if we're chatting, and we say that doesn't sound right, and then we have to double check and realize it was erroneous. I didn't think about AI being integrated to video surveillance uh, strategies that might identify something improper. That's interesting about the learning. That's the
yeah.
same problem we have with content.
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, thanks for sharing that. Franklin, how about you? Any crazy or funny story about AI and video management?
Well, I have to agree with Hugo. The false positive tends to be one of the ones that we really need to train the model. But I'll share a funny story. So there is a pool company in Florida that has a depot where they bring the small trucks the service techs use to go out and service their client. Um, the owner, this is a small business, concerned that people were jumping into the depot and stealing things from the trucks, parts, and things like that. They have cameras, but the cameras only alerted him when something was missing from a truck, right? A tire was stolen or something, a window was broken. So they wanted to use AI to be able to detect when someone crosses a perimeter, right? So that was the intent. Hey, how do I go about protecting my property? So it worked until one night he was getting alerts that someone was coming into the building. He was able to open the camera, and it happened to be one of his own employees. They were coming to the depot to pull one of the trucks to go out party with his girlfriend and then bring the car back and take off for his other car. So so careful how you use the AI for this particular customer concerned with breaking in, but really not so surprised to find out it was one of his employees coming at the middle of the night, because that's one of the key components, right? Cameras can be working 24/7, but if nothing happens, the owners of whoever we see has those cameras really can't tell what's going on unless something is missing. The AI makes you aware real time everything that is happening with your facility. So for small business that is kind of wondering, how do I use this AI video analytics to provide analytics to make decisions? This is one of them. He was concerned with break in. Yeah, you found something else happening, but that's the power of the AI. You get immediate alerts to be able to protect your property or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing, and you're absolutely right, and that's the same goes for tracking, right? We may not always like it. There's a benefit to it, obviously, right? If you're tracking vehicles or you're tracking your phone, but then there could be the trade-off of sometimes you don't want to be tracked. Thanks for sharing that. So small businesses, this conference is focused on small businesses, and
Sure.
I know you were traveling this morning, and so was Hugo. And by the way, for the audience, these two, Franklin, as I said, traveled from Florida. Franklin's traveling as well. They have other activities today, I think, in New York. They are all over in demand right now, and they took time out to be with us for this short amount of time. Small businesses are, they may not be sure if AI is even reachable for them with their video surveillance systems. They may have something in place. Maybe it supports it, maybe it doesn't, but or they may think it's out of budget. But what do you think are some approachable AI features or systems that that may not be out of reach for some of these small businesses?
Yeah, I could take that. That's a great one because you're right, Stan. Franklin and myself, we tend to work on very large enterprise type projects with AI, government, and then large enterprise. But for the small business, you don't necessarily need such a massive platform. So what is it that you do? How can you leverage and be within a budget? And but today it's possible. It's possible. I'll use a brand. As a matter of fact, we work closely with a company, Invid, which is in the cyber lab over at Kane University. Invid has phenomenal camera solutions where a small business can actually purchase them, where AI is embedded into that camera. Now, maybe it could be facial recognition. It could maybe be used for even a weapon detection. But these are examples of something that's at the reach to a small business owner, and it's not going to break the bank. So my advice really to the small business owner is don't always go for that inexpensive solution off the shelf at a BJ Sam's Club or a Costco. They're great. They're great to be checking in on your cat or something like that, or pet. But the reality is, if you want to learn a little bit more, dive a little deeper, protect the household or the small business, you know what? It's worth spending just a little bit more. If you're not going to break the bank, but you get yourself a nice little setup, 4 to 7 to 8 camera solution with a little AI, not difficult to play these days. You don't have to be a coding engineer, right, Stan? You could do
That's
this
right.
yourself, and there's plenty of YouTube videos out there. But that's a recommendation that I think many small business and medium business owners should take advantage of what's out there. It's not like I said, it's become very competitively priced these days.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. And Hugo's right. We had students put together a lab with equipment that was donated, and they were able to do it over a semester. Now, that was not having ever touched a video surveillance system ever. And this team of students was able to put it together and integrate. And Hugo said something important. Only what was available. AI, there's many different features of AI, right? There's simple things like finding a color code, a colored shirt, for example. That's one type of AI module for these cameras, but there could be something more sophisticated, like, as he said, weapons detection. But you don't have to implement all of those. That may not be required for your organizations. But excellent point about, you might need something a little bit better than something that's sold in, your retail boxer. How about
And
you,
that's
Franklin? What would you
yeah.
say? Oh, go ahead, Hugo.
No,
No,
it's not, and it's not to say that it's not a good solution. These
Right.
off-the-shelf ones, they do the job, right? They do, but you want to dabble and protect that small business that you invest your whole life into. Sometimes it's worth investing a little bit more.
Very good.
yeah, if I might add, Stan and
Sure.
audience, I think also something to keep in mind, for example, maybe some of you may not know, but Cloud solution is software driven. So our solution work with the existing cameras the customers already had. So that makes it even more affordable for a lot of these small businesses. Say, hey, I already made the investment in these cameras. I bought a pretty decent camera system 2 years ago, but I'm hearing about this AI that can detect more and do more than my current cameras can. The beauty of that our solution working very closely with Hugo, we can apply the software or that generate the analytics for intrusion, weapons. So again, we work for a couple of private small schools that only have 8 to 12 cameras, but they already made that investment. So having the software that can be moved, and these softwares are they're not embedded in one camera. You can actually move them to different cameras as you need them. So that makes it even more cost affordable for a small business to say, hey, let me just get 2 licenses and be able to move those licenses around depending. So for example, if you're interested in weapon detection because it's a small private school, you can have the licenses that have weapon detection in the front of the school. Once the school is in session, you move those licenses to the inside. So if a weapon, a knife, a gun happens to be brought out, the AI will detect it and notify security. So that's a good solution. Invest on software, not on hardware. Software can always be upgraded. Hardware tends to be something that you want to keep longer because you made that a capital investment. So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
Stan, if I could just add to what Franklin said, just one thing to keep in mind is we're using examples like weapon detection, facial recognition, but the truth of the matter is, as to where we are these days with artificial intelligence, if you could imagine it, visualize it, we can detect it. It really it's mind-boggling as to what you can find, including production at factories. We could use the AI to detect, was this, quality control assurance. It's crazy where
Wow.
we're at today. Yeah.
You know what? Let's share. I'm going to jump to this was in our panel sets of questions. Number 6, right? Because you're talking about, and for the audience, right, operationalizing AI. So we've been speaking about security, but how is this video surveillance and AI? How is it helping small businesses? Maybe non-security task related. Can you speak a little bit about that, Hugo?
So from a non-security is
Yeah. So think about
yeah, yeah.
retail
Oh
businesses,
yeah, no,
right? Yeah.
completely. I think Franklin had touched upon something similar, that it's the first thing a business in the retail sector thinks of is, oh, theft or something that is no longer there on the shelf. Well, one of the things that the AI can actually be applied to is really a change in scenery. Now, what do I mean by change in scenery? If you stock the shelves in the evening and in the morning something just goes missing in aisle 4, and the store has not been open yet, you can receive an alert, because all of a sudden there's been a change that was detected in that scene. So that's just one example. Second example could be spillages, right? Because it's amazing that I've learned over the years how unfortunately, many stores are challenged with lawsuits. Why? Because a jar accidentally rolled off the shelf, cracked and spilled all over the floor, and then someone slips and falls. The thing is, all of these things can be detected ahead of time. And it's just a matter of educating the model as to the scene and the changes that take effect. And believe it or not, it'll detect if something comes off the shelf before it actually shatters. But the alerts are given to the store managers or the security that's working the store in the retail sector. And there's like that, Stan. There's many examples that could be applied to a store owner. And this is not even talking about cameras on the outside, that someone ran out and you want to find out the guy that ran out, and I believe he had a blue hoodie on. This
Mhm.
is everyday scenarios that is actually changing in scenery, that can be actually alerted. Think about even the insurance. Small business don't think of this, but retailers, they get hit with insurance claims constantly. Law firms and lawyers, because of the lawsuits that happen. So everything reduces all of that. So again,
Mm.
it's just a unique application, but it is going back to what you asked, the retail sector. It's just something that we don't really think about, right? When we think of surveillance cameras.
Right, right. Excellent points. You got me thinking even more about the insurance aspect. I think about my my car insurance, right? If I've got certain features, right? For example, if I've got the feature that automatically stops my car if I'm getting too close to the car in front of me, that lowers my insurance rate. I never thought
Completely.
about business insurance
Yeah.
having AI and video surveillance could be really a force multiplier to bring down that cost too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and if I share another use case for retailers, so we're working with a very small retail chain in Florida again, where they want to know what's my foot traffic. what's my traffic in and out of my store. So with the one camera, we can add people counting, and it will actually provide a very detailed reporting of what's the foot traffic in my store. So you can plan on the days that the analytics provide you, hey, Tuesday tends to be more busy than Monday, or vice versa. Store owner or manager can then decide, you know what, I need more staff on Tuesday. They can make sure that they can keep an eye on the stack, make sure they can help customers with questions. Wednesday morning tends to be completely no traffic. I'm going to move those staff to come in the afternoon. So it gives you the analytics, the power to make decisions, and that's really the key about AI. AI is about what's the outcome you're looking for, and what are you trying to accomplish. Once in that, because again, you hear so many things about AI, right? It can sometimes for a small business could be overwhelming, but you really first need to determine what are the challenges that you're facing. Then come talk to Hugo, myself, and we can educate on what's the art of possible to help them come up with the right outcome. But having a goal first is really the starting point on what for small businesses. Again, a budget is very limited on what else you can do.
And Stan, these days it's not like we started the conversation out. It's no longer about thinking of getting the camera to just have eyes on the business. It's actually putting that camera to work for you on any scenario that you can think of. If a business owner says, I have an issue, and that was a great example Franklin just gave of the people counting, and we
Yeah.
use that scenario for many other applications that we have that are vital, like life threatening scenarios where you need to know who's coming in and who's running out. But yeah, these are just examples nowadays of a case scenario where it's just no longer about, hey, let me get a camera and put it to use for theft or whatever. It's putting that camera to work now using artificial intelligence.
So I jumped in here, Stan, because I have two questions that came up. One of our sponsors, Ultimate Wireless, he's watching from his cell phone. So and he asked regarding the security, because he does events as well, like we do. And he was really intrigued by the question of detecting for weapons, because obviously at these events, you go to an event, there's a bag check, there's a wand guy, there's all these layers of trying to protect the people. How do these cameras, and how big of a setup do you have to be able to detect weapons that maybe a security person missed?
Yeah, Franklin, do you want me to answer that? Okay. So, and feel free to jump in if in case I miss something. So that's a great question, Eric. It really is. And again, as we started the conversation with those false positives, right? You have to get through that phase when you set everything up. But the truth of the matter is, what you need is you need a camera network. So and that's the beauty of this type of video analytic technology that utilizes artificial intelligence in the video stream. Why? We're not going in to sell you a whole new network of cameras. We're going to use the cameras that you invested in. So if you're a retailer, if you're a large arena where you're having these events, and all you need is you need to have access to that stream, right? And you could pull from existing the video recorders, right? Plus live footage together. And within a nanosecond, if it detects some sort of a weapon, someone walking in, again, the key here, Eric, is you still need to have visual. Now, security sometimes may miss it, but the camera still has to see maybe the beginning of a handgun or a backpack with the rifle sticking out in the background, or it has to have that visual, right? It's not an x-ray. It's not, because some people think this is the all go-to solution. What it is, it's another layer of protection, of security, of being available to detect something and alert when security sometimes have their hands full. And if you've ever been in the command center where there's 20 screens, it's very challenging to visually see what's happening all the time, even physically. So it's that extra layer. But I hope that answers that question. I don't know, Franklin, if I missed anything.
No, man, you nailed it, right? It's where those cameras are placed. What are you trying to accomplish? Security is becoming, it's always been a major issue, but now even more. People want to go to a place where they feel safe and that the technology is there to protect you. We're talking about FIFA, right? FIFA is worldwide, got billions of dollars, but they cities, police department have invested in millions of dollars in using the technology they have to protect from people attending these events. Because if it becomes to a point where they don't feel safe, people don't attend those events. So even if it's small setting, you still have to have, there's technologies available today to provide that security where people feel comfortable to attending, and having the cameras, having the video stream, the AI would do the rest, and it makes you self-aware. The AI is not, it's not going to stop someone pulling out a gun and unfortunately doing what they can do, but it will give you self-awareness of what's going on to be able to make a quick decision and hopefully save life or protect assets or people.
And if I could add, Eric, just also keep in mind that strategically you're working with the security people to strategically place the video analytic technology in certain cameras. So ideally, yes, you're going to have something once the person's coming in for weapons detection, but most of the time uh, we also add analytics to the exterior cameras. Why? Because sometimes that's where people are adjusting a weapon before they're coming in, or sometimes pulling a weapon out already. And that is the eyes that are being detected and sending alerts before they're coming into the building itself. So you can actually pick somebody out of a parking lot. Doesn't matter if there's 50 people walking at once. It's constantly feeding analytics, back to the that server and sending out something if it does detect a possible potential weapon.
Okay. Okay. I have like 20 more questions, but I got to get to this next question because I got personal questions. Um, our vendor manager, here LLC, one of our contractors, Jen, picked up on the fact that you had mentioned being able to count people, right, for retail. So her question was, because she does farmers markets, and that's a big mess of people moving in different directions all at one time, right? So these people coming and going. Is there a way or a system that is able to be positioned at, let's say, her farmers market, where it's able to say, okay, at this given period you had 25 people, and I'm expanding this question. And then still be able to detect who the new bodies or the new people moving in are, so you're not doubling over on a count.
Franklin, you want to
No,
start?
that's a
That's a
great
great question.
question. And so I'll address it this way. Typically, when you're trying to count people, you have a main entrance, right? That's typically where a camera will be placed, loaded with the AI video analytics, people counting, where it knows who goes in and who goes out. If you want to detect crowd, we do have another feature called crowd detection. Typically, you see this in Times Square, you see it at football games or basketball games where you can count or the density of the crowd to make sure you have enough security in place in case something happens. And by the way, Times Square is one of our clients. They do want to know if the crowd gets larger than X, let us know. We need to have more security available just in case. So typically is the positioning where the camera is going to be, typically a main entrance so you can count people going in and going out. The AI will know 20 left, 30 came in.
Yeah, just to add to that though, it's a great question because I'm thinking of this as different applications that I've seen where there's larger venues, but the thing is it's called a controlling crowd, right? Because farmers market tends to be wide open sometimes. I've been to them and they're a lot of fun, but you could walk in from the parking lot on the other side through so you want to be able to control and manage your entrance points. That's how the solution's actually going to be very helpful in the people counting. And obviously at the same scenario on the way out. But it is working. It's detecting, it's counting. And one thing I just want to add to Franklin when he mentioned Times Square, there's something that is very, very interesting that's crowd disbursement. Now, what do I mean? If all of a sudden either people come together quickly or people disperse immediately That's concerning. So, before you get a 911 call, it's after the math, you can get an alert. All of a sudden, something happened and 50 people just scattered. That's an alert, and it's been sent to the local station. So those are just other examples. When you're dealing with crowd, whether it's people counting, whether it's facial recognition, entrance and exits, as well as some of the capabilities of crowd coming together, crowd dispersing.
Well, I appreciate those answers, and I didn't mean to steal your panel, Stan.
No, this is better. This is we
Yeah,
want we want the audience
this is
engaged.
So
great.
you know what
This
we
is
should
great.
do.
And it says something about the content. This is real, right? This is every piece of content spoken about today is real. But this one, for the small business community, this is an important aspect, and it's one about awareness. What are some of the features that are
Sure.
being brought forward in surveillance? And I think this was terrific from both Hugo and Franklin
Yeah.
speaking about some case studies, and
Yeah.
they probably have 1,000 more.
Oh,
And
So what we can do, gentlemen, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot because it's live,
yeah,
right?
love
So
it.
what we'll do is we do something called a jam session, which is basically like coffee table talk, like six
Love
people
it.
on the screen, and we're all trading questions and trading answers. And they usually run about 3 segments, just as people leave, new people come in. I would love to set up a cybersecurity live stream jam session one evening and just bring people to the table and let the world watch and listen. How's
Eric,
that sound?
we would love to participate in that stuff because Stan said something so important. Security is critical, especially these days. It's not just your cyber. Cybersecurity is very critical, but we can't neglect the fact that you can leverage security as well as through eyes and visual applications. We do, both Franklin and myself, we work on very large cyber security network applications, right? Protecting that network within, but we also work on these solutions using visuals, right? And it's you're right, Eric. We could talk hours about
Yeah.
this because not only are we passionate about this, but the applications that we are currently working on, where agentic AI has come to, it's mind-boggling.
Well,
It really is.
we'll have to do the jam session,
I
and then
love
we'll
to.
have to have you gentlemen at Procurement Con once we
Let's
lock
do
that
it.
We'll love
Let's
to.
do it.
Love
I'm
to.
committing. I don't even know the date, but I'm committing already.
down. You got it. Okay. Well, thank you, all 3 of you, for being on. Thank you for hosting this panel, Stan. And as always, it's a pleasure. Don't go anywhere, Stan, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna want to keep you here for the rest of the day if you're not busy.
I'm
And,
here. I'm here. Don't
Well,
worry.
well,
thank
thank you so
you,
much.
Eric, for the invitation. Stan, as always, you do an amazing job, and and
Uh,
and and I love what you do at the university there. So thank you so much again for inviting me and giving myself this opportunity.
No, thanks for your. This is excellent community outreach, and this is really important stuff. And I'm happy that you get introduced to this new group. Just like Eric is new to the whole cyber realm, right? We need, we need to advocate outside our regular groups.
Yeah, and please feel free to share our contact information,
Yes.
Franklin's and I. Any questions? Send us an email. Connect with us on LinkedIn. Follow Abitronics. Follow Claro. You'll always see what projects we're currently working on.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for my part, thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure. Again, Stan, appreciate the opportunity. Eric as well. As Hugo said, if there are questions that were not answered, send us those email. Hugo and I will put some thoughts into it, send those back. Because I think it's very important to educate the community that this technology is not just for enterprise and large organization. It is come down because you're no longer buying hardware, you're acquiring software that does all the work behind the scene. So keep that in mind, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Great.
Thank you, Stan.
All righty. So we're on to Dr. Deborah
Spigner.
Mohammed Spigner.
So I will let you introduce her. How's that sound?
All right, sure.
Dr. Spigner, whenever you're
All righty. So, hey, it's me again. So our next speaker, right? I met her at another event. It was an event a public administration event, and we just got to talking. You never know where one thing leads to another. And through her conversation, I was able to recognize that there was some value of her bringing to the both the cyber element, but also across the state, some of the benefits of the tools that her and her organization have been building and constructing. So, Deborah, I'm going to give it over to you because I don't want to take up your time. The floor is yours. I introduce Dr. Deborah Mohammed Spigner.
Thank you. 1 second, share my screen. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I will get my screen up in a second. Right. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We have you. You're all good.
Okay, so you can see the PowerPoint. Hopefully not the presenter's view. Okay, great. So thank you again for having us here. Our company is Dynamic Management Services. I am not a security engineer, but we are a team with diverse expertise. We have Amir Ahmad, who is also my wing person today. He's our cybersecurity expert. We have an AI governance expert, Javed Sajjad, and my co-founder, Brian Porter, who's a business strategist. I myself, I'm a strategic planning consultant. Our company saw the need very quickly in this evolving landscape of AI and cybersecurity for having these combined expertise to help organizations navigate this evolving landscape, with AI being the emerging tool technology that organizations are implementing or considering implementing, or having to face a question of when to implement.
See the speaker notes.
So, 1 second. Let me actually. I have to. Sorry. Let me just end this for a second.
Reader view.
I have to switch this here. Sorry about that. My apologies. All right. I'm going to continue. Sorry about that. So we're here today to help you through this this evolving landscape, and to talk more about, whether you're a business or a contractor, about cybersecurity compliance and readiness, whether you're contracting with the government or you're a business implementing AI. So we are focused on these two areas. Dynamic Management Services helps organizations with building AI, strengthening your cybersecurity posture while you're either building or implementing AI at the same time. And these are the two focus areas we are focused on with businesses and contractors. We have AI governance, which helps you deliver AI responsibly, with values that you implement your AI responsibly, as well as with the cybersecurity foundation that you need and to have in place. The point is that security is your foundation that lets your businesses adopt AI without importing new risks. So we deliver this through NIST-grounded assessments, policy and training, which products that help us to help you build your organization to be future ready. And the security first approach is what we are focused on. So these are the three objectives for today's presentation. So to build awareness, we hope we can map the presentation to help you build awareness about this evolving AI landscape and the role of cybersecurity in that, to help you understand the consequences of what not having cybersecurity or having weak cybersecurity policies, what that impact could be on your business, and also to inform you about the solutions that DMS has come up with to help you meet you where you are along these two focus areas of AI governance as well as cybersecurity. The awareness is for specifically for businesses, but also if you're a subcontractor, we have a part of our presentation where we focus on contractors on the evolving landscape, especially at the federal level and at the state level where you are seeking contracts with government. That changing landscape is really important to know, especially when it comes to cybersecurity requirements. In terms of consequences, we want you to understand, I know previous speakers has talked about the threats of cybersecurity, of the threats of AI, deepfakes, etc., and the cost to your organization and what that would be, but not only the threats imposed on your organization, but certainly the threats that if you don't have your policies in place, the knowledge and the expertise as well that goes along with having a business, and you are falsifying something or have a misstatement on a submission, a proposal for a contract, what that could be for your organization as well. So consequences across the board. And of course, the solutions that DMS, Dynamic Management Services, help you to bridge those gaps and to address those needs that you have as a business. And that would be our cybersecurity readiness tool, as well as our AI governance assessment tool that helps you understand your current readiness and how to prepare your organization to meet compliance, as well as to govern in a responsible way. So this presentation outlines those critical transitions from cybersecurity protocols to the AI governance landscape and the need for having both those pieces in place. So NIST, what is NIST? So NIST is a framework. We use NIST as the framework to build our tools and as well as our training. NIST is a federal agency, and they have developed, they're well known for developing standards to help guide industries along with how to develop technology aligned with specific standards. So NIST has a framework for both cybersecurity as well as AI as AI evolves and as becomes part of the landscape. So in the left side is the cybersecurity framework, and the right side is the NIST AI RMF, which each of them have six core structures, for this cybersecurity, as well as 4 core functions for the AI RMF. And those are aligned to governing, identifying, protecting, detecting. I think I'm sharing my wrong screen, so let me just make sure I'm sharing the right screen here. Sorry about that. Okay. Perfect. So these functions help us build the tools and the training along the lines of the NIST guidelines and the NIST framework. So how they fit together is that organizations adopting AI should use both. Should use the cybersecurity framework, the 2.0, which has the underlying systems for data and infrastructure, while the NIST AI RMF on the right side there governs AI-specific risk layered on top of the cybersecurity needs. Having both those frameworks in place for your governing structure, for your policies, for your practices, these are helpful for your organization to be protected and should be you should have those protections and those guardrails in place. And I know some of our speakers spoke about those guardrails before. What do guardrails mean? We can spend a lot of time speaking about guardrails for cybersecurity and AI, but what we do at DMS is to help you cover both. For cybersecurity, having governance, policies, practices, training your staff, things like that, and align it to these standards at NIST means that you would have compliance for requirements for contracting, as well as for your businesses to be protected overall, and to always have that extra layer of protection. We are understanding in the business world, especially along the small medium businesses that have limited resources or have to kind of figure out how to start their AI journey, that there's a lot of lack of knowledge, and even if you have an IT expert in your team, they may have the knowledge but not the time to develop these kinds of frameworks for you, or to use these frameworks to develop these tools. So we've done that for you so that you can have these tools in place, including policies and training. So the next slide is for contractors specifically, and we know that this event here was also meant for contractors, federal contractors, and state contractors. So this slide is specifically if you are a contractor or subcontractor, but it's also good for us to know what the landscape is at the federal level. And this is a timeline that is in two phases. It's a phase one where the cybersecurity requirements at the federal level for primes as well as subcontractors have been changing rapidly to meet the moment, if you will, since December 16, 2024. As you can see on this slide from the left hand, the rules and regulations and requirements to guide organizations to protect the federal data that they would have as a contractor or subcontractor, as well as their organization, self-reporting, having self-assessments, things like that, has evolved and has been a focus of the federal government, because it's very critical that these requirements are in place and that contractors are aligned to these requirements and understand it very well. And where we are today in June 2026 is kind of the phase one part of it beginning, and the phase one begins and the phase two coming in through November 2028, where the requirements for contractors, especially if you're a Department of Defense contractor, becomes more and more stringent for you to have assessments, reports, using the CMMC, which is Cybersecurity Maturity Model, certifications, being able to score yourself and report that, as well as other compliance requirements for contracting with government. And certainly if you have any kind of federal contracting information or classified or unclassified information that you need to protect, what if you were to be awarded those contracts. So this slide kind of gives an overlay of a timeline of what that is, or what those kind of requirements have, how it has evolved over time. And it's really mainly here focused on Department of Defense contractors, which has the most stringent requirements, as you would imagine if you're a contractor in that space. So the impact, as we talked about, is one of our objective here, is also important for you to know if you're a contractor or even a business. There can be financial damages, there can be reputational damages if you either self-report and misstate what your score is. So if you have a model like the CMMC to report on your maturity or your score for cybersecurity levels, you will have to, you will face a lot of damages if you give false information, or somehow your team produces false information. That is really quite a risk you will take if that happens. And we wanted to just put this on your radar, even if you're not a contractor yet, because it's important to know. The obvious things are if your bottom line is exposed from cyber threats, but when you are getting to the level of contracting and having to have certain information in place, certain securities or some guardrails, policies, etc., and reporting on where you are with that, whether it's to the federal government, state government, or if you're insurer now. I think one of our panelists spoke earlier on about insurance and having insurance to protect your organization. Cybersecurity is becoming a very key piece of that. And having a report to show that you met these compliance requirements and you've done the due diligence of assessing where you are, your readiness, your posture, and then closing those gaps by having policies and practices in place, as well as training your staff, is really important. And this on the right bar side of this slide shows the reputational damage and the cost associated with that for a company called MorseCore in 2025 when they overreported their score, their cybersecurity score, and it was a whistleblower one of their own who reported them as overreporting their score. They scored 104 and they reported it as 142, and that's to the federal government. And they had a big cost attached to that misstatement and reporting, self-reporting, but just erroneously reporting what their score was. So it costed them a lot of money, $4.6 million. So the details matters, and when you're putting things in place for cybersecurity specifically, especially as you transition to AI as well, and you melding those two, you need that cybersecurity foundation. You need to know what frameworks are and best practices are. That's what the frameworks help you accomplish. So these best practices can also help you align your your business processes as well as your governance piece with standards that meet the requirements for contracts, as well as helping protect you and your organization. So it could be a big cost to your organization, especially from a contractor point of view. And if you're in the state of New Jersey and you are also contracting with the state or thinking about or looking at becoming a contractor, the federal rules are not the whole story. New Jersey has these three things that's on our radar right now for public agencies and contracting with public agencies. For cybersecurity incident, reporting within 72 hours is a requirement. If you build software for a school district or process data or for a county office, this is your duty to report an incident within 72 hours. You can lose contract. Again, you can have major consequences. In the middle section of the slide here, notifying on data breach, there's longstanding data breach law in New Jersey for when personal information is compromised. You need to notify the authorities, and you must do it before any kind of public announcement. So this is quite a standard here in New Jersey. And on the third bar here, we see that New Jersey Data Privacy Act, which has been enforced in January 2025, covers even nonprofits, unlike most states. There's a grace mechanism of a 30-day window to cure any violation before enforcement, and that sunsets in July 2026, about a month from today. But then the Attorney General can move forward with that privacy law requirement for those contracting in the state. So these are important things if you are a contractor, and important to know as well, even if you're not a contractor yet, but you do business in the state, and you are under some of the federal regulations at some point. This slide is the problem we keep seeing as a business and working in this area. We see businesses, whether you are a contractor or whether you are becoming a subcontractor for a prime, or you are submitting for your insurers for a quote from your insurers. You are asked if you have cybersecurity policy and documentation, but you would realize, like in step 3, that you may have informal practices. You may have, sort of general broad things that you go by as in your organization that's not written and has not been codified and become policies in your organizations. nothing that meets compliance standards. And we see this a lot. We hear this a lot from businesses. How do we get there? How do we get from having just informal practices to get policies? And the scenario is, we see it all the time, is that you scramble to find a consultant quickly to help you meet that, especially if you were going to submit as a subcontractor or even a prime, or your insurer is requiring it immediately for a quote. And that can cost you a lot of money, 15,000 to 40,000 we've seen in the estimates that we've looked at, and will take a lot of time for you to put those things in place. When you fail to produce those policies, you can lose contracts. You can also get, your insurance rates will be higher, of course, if you don't have some of these things in place, as cybersecurity is becoming more and more important in our evolving landscape. So these are the gaps on the right-hand side at our work here in DMS addresses. Make sure that that you have those proactive steps, that you don't have these unclear risks, that you prioritize cybersecurity requirements, cybersecurity guidelines, having a framework, as well as your AI governance pieces that goes with that as you're implementing AI. And that you close that gap, that there's no unclear risk, and that the leadership in your organization makes those decisions and makes them quickly. And our tools help you to do that in a very efficient way and low cost way too. So the missing policies will be addressed by having those policies in place once you conduct the assessment with our tool and derive the policies as the next step. We want to make sure that you don't act, as urgently when something is required from you, that you are proactive. So that tool helps you to do that, and that when you have informal practices and no policies, that these can become quite a hindrance for your business and for your organization. As if you're a nonprofit as well, this applies to you. So having those things in place and having those proactive steps helps you a lot in saving time and money. So in this slide, we give you some numbers here that tells the stories, right? That tells the stories. And I believe one of our panelists earlier on, or one of our presenters earlier on, talked about deep fakes and the kind of the landscape that's changing with AI in terms of the threats that your organization faces. And as you can see on the slide, $20.9 billion was reported in US cybercrime losses last year, 2025, per the FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center, which is up 26%, and over 1 million complaints for the first time. Now, this is Verizon breach report, and especially among small businesses that were tracked, 88% of cases involved ransomware versus 39% at large enterprises. So attackers go where the defenses are thin, and those attackers, can know what your level of organization and what those weak points are. So these phishing and deepfake impersonation cases can really impact your businesses, even if it's a small or medium business. Your loss can be even more significant because you can lose everything. So the case on the left gives you the deepfake scenario that happened in 2024, where a finance employee in Hong Kong, a global engineering firm, got a video call, and it looked and sounded like the CFO and colleagues that he knew. And every other person on that call was an AI-generated deepfake, and he did not know that. And he was told to transfer money totaling 25.6 million US dollars. The system wasn't hacked. He just didn't know that this was not a genuine deep video call that he was receiving. So, even very savvy people can be fooled with the technology that's changing, that some of our panelists spoke about earlier on, and how savvy those threats and those actors are getting in terms of compromising businesses and impacting you significantly. And the story too, on the right-hand side, it was disclosed by Anthropic, and it was a Chinese state-sponsored group that manipulated a commercial AI coding agent running an espionage campaign, and the AI performed 80 to 90% of the tactical work across roughly 30 targets. The attack capability was automated, and it's getting cheaper. So defense has become that systemic, has become more systemic for us to keep pace with. So the espionage case also, underscores that. So ransomware, deep fakes, other type of tools being used by bad actors can impact your organization significantly. So we see this for the small contractor, but as well as for business, where you have the pressure of adopting AI, and you also want to have to be able to, have some sort of governance in place. You're caught in the middle. You're small in most cases. The businesses we deal with, small meaning, it can be small between, 1 or 2 or 5 people, or up to 500 people, small and medium-sized businesses. We know that larger businesses could have enterprise systems, enterprise tools, and things like that addresses those gaps for them, but in a very costly way. So we're meeting you where you are. The pressure to adopt AI from your clients, from your competitors, from federal posture that we just saw, and even from your own staff, right, who might be using AI already and you don't know. So if that's happening, then you are not being proactive. You have to let your employees know that there are guardrails, there are things that you need to have in place before they can actively use AI on your systems, on your in your business, so that you can have those protections for your organizations, and that those those proactive things that you do can help you then address those gaps, as well as protect your organization and your employees from any kind of those consequences we spoke about earlier on. So it's not about, I guess, in today's landscape, it's not about just the pressure of adopting AI. Is when are you going to adopt AI? When are you, what are you going to do this, have this next step to this emerging technology? And at DMS, we help you do that, not just with understanding your risk, et cetera, and helping you address that. But we also help you with the business strategy piece and the planning piece. So in terms of governing, our cybersecurity tool and our AI tool are both meant for you to have those governance pieces in place that's aligned to the NIST standards. So our products and services have that foundation to support your AI journey. So in adding the governance piece for the NIST AI cybersecurity functions, it helps you protect your organizations by having policies in place. So this is what we've built our tools on. So the shared governance between the NIST CSF 2.0 and the NIST AI risk management framework help you do that when you bring those two together to build a foundation for securing your organization's data and protecting your organization from threats from cybersecurity as well as from AI. And when that journey starts for you, whether you're in that journey already or just beginning your AI transformation journey or implementing tools, AI tools, you would have those protections in place if you have those. Use those tools that we have, as well as make sure that you have the training and the sensitivity and awareness that your staff needs for using AI, using it safely, and also for protecting your data and your organization. So AI adoption imports risk even faster than it delivers values. So especially without governance, without those policies and practices that you need to have in place, or you should have in place if you were being very deliberative about this. So pairing both of these two tools and these two focus areas helps your organization comprehensively address the risk from both, from cybersecurity as well as from implementing AI. This is the DMS operating model here. We help you assess, align, build the governance, and also train your staff. This is what we our research. Our staff is heavily involved in research in terms of best practices, keeping up with the latest regulations, whether it's coming from cybersecurity or AI, at the European Union level, in other parts of the world, because a lot of businesses also do a business globally. We try to keep up as much as possible with all of those, the changing landscape in terms of regulations, requirements, etc., and adjust our tools and trainings to those as much as possible. But we do keep the NIST framework that was mentioned early on, and if I didn't define it before, is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the federal agency it's not a regulatory body, but it also builds it guides the technology industry in terms of standards. So as you can see, for each of the steps that we have, assessing, aligning, governing, and training, we are very much aligned to those standards and build those standards into our products. The idea for us, is to have this operating model in place so that we become a more comprehensive service to businesses, and to help you to overcome that anxiety, if you have that anxiety about implementing AI, but doing it so safely, and also, underscoring that your cybersecurity is also a big piece of this. So our tool one is the Cybersecurity Readiness and Policy Builder tool. We are really excited about this tool. We haven't seen it really anywhere else at this level, and with this such a rigid, and not rigid, but as such a high standard, if you will, building on NIST. It's a guided self-assessment. It has 10 sections, and it takes only about 20 minutes. So the self-assessment at this point is free for anyone who wants to go to our website and start your self-assessment, and you will get a scored report, which is free, that gives you a maturity across all 6 functions of the NIST core functions, and that alone is worth a lot of money. So right now, that part of it is free for anyone to go to our website and begin your assessment. You don't need to have technical knowledge to do this assessment. You need to, of course, know your organization and your kind of what the scenarios are with your data, and your the way you will answer the questions will be based on your specific circumstances. So your report will be customized to the answers that you give there. And again, it's not very technical, maybe some little bit of technical language, but we do offer explanations in the assessment. If you didn't understand some of the language, we cover you, whatever your skill level is or level of knowledge is, in understanding what we're asking you in the self-assessment that you will do here. And there's rationale and recommendations made to you in that report, and all of that is free right now. The optional full suite is the policy generator piece, and I talked about policies a lot before this. Having those policies in place is the next critical step for your organization. So for a small fee of $12.95, you can do that full suite and get the policies generated that's aligned to the recommendations that you got from the free report, customized to you and your organization, and helps you right away have those policies for those requirements we talked about earlier that could cost a lot of money if you had to do it differently. You have to hire a consultant, have to go through things step by step. And we really sort of made this quickly and more accessible to help you to not just have these things in place, but have a really good product in terms of the policies and the report, both of which you can submit to as a contractor or to your insurance company. And that's a documented starting point for you, whether you're a prime, a subcontractor, or seeking this kind of documentation for your insurance company. So I know that previous presenters spoke about guardrails, spoke about the CMMC. and other requirements for federal government. Our tool is aligned broadly to those, not specifically to all the federal requirements, but broadly covers a lot of the cybersecurity requirements that you would have as a contractor, subcontractor. So we really are very happy about this tool and having it available at a very good cost, so that it's not a barrier for you to have those things in place that you need to save money and to protect your organization. This is an example of 6 of the 10 policies you will get generated here. And this kind of shows how it shows, the 6 of them shows how it aligns to the obligation you already have, obligation you have as a business, obligation you have as a contractor, obligation you have in general, reporting to the state, or reporting as a subcontractor. So the logging and monitoring. Remember that case we saw before about false claim errors. This is some of these things help you mitigate those. Some of the policies help you mitigate some of the things we talked about earlier on, where you can have these policies in place, train your staff, have the guidance for them, so they understand that these self-reporting things are very important when you have government contracts, or in general for insurance companies and other requirements that you might have. But certainly at a minimal level, having those protections in place so you don't put your organization at a serious risk for threats, as well as for you know mistakes that your staff can make without the training and without the policies in place. So this is not about filling out a template. This is about being forward and using your business the way your business operates, to then crafting the policies that meet your specific circumstances. So this slide gives you 6 out of the 10 policies and some examples of the obligations that they align to. So there are 5 actions we're asking you to take today, because we know this is important for businesses, and we keep seeing it from clients that we talk to, and hearing it at events like this that we go to, of what can we do and how can we meet these requirements, how can we protect our organization, how can we start our AI journey, our AI transformation journey. And these are 5 simple steps we recommend for you, starting with an inventory of what data you hold. Remember, AI operates on data. So streamlining your data, understand what data you hold. And if you're a contractor, understanding what data that would need protection. So just having that inventory initially helps a lot with your first step. Running the cybersecurity assessment, which is a policy builder, the QR code on the left. If you scan that code or go to our website and find a cybersecurity tool, that helps you with the full assessment and having a report on that. Adopting core policies, which is the second part of our cybersecurity tool, and then having a stand-up AI acceptable policy before any kind of shadow AI turns up in your organization. So the QR code on the right-hand side is for AI governance. If you scan that code, you go to our other assessment tool, and that's specifically to help you protect yourself against the threats from AI by having a report again with recommendations, which is free. So the AI governance tool also offers you a free part, as well as then generating policies to align with the organizational data that is customized to you. And then just building the continued cybersecurity awareness of your staff through training. Again, our training is newly launched. It's on our website. You can fill a form out and request training from us for either cybersecurity or AI governance, and we'd be happy to work with you and your organization depending on your needs. So those are the 5 steps. We do have a video. I hope this video will be able to come through. I'll try to play this video really quickly.
Hey, Dr. Spigner, if we can't get this video to play, we'll be more than happy to post this on our YouTube and our procurement con channels for everybody to access and on the
Okay.
website.
All right. No worries.
All
No
right.
worries.
So I know we had a little bit of a struggle before when we were trying to test it.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it
Hang
seems
on
like
1 second.
share it again.
A quick second. I just think I need to share the specific window. Let me know. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I'm still on, but I just wanted to end with one of our customer feedback on our DMS readiness and policy builder tool, Dr. Sonia Toledo from the Dignity of Children, who said that the tool helped her business really meet compliance and protect her business from cyber threat. It was affordable and easy to use. So just in terms of at least one customer feedback and how impactful that was for her organization. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have any questions here, but I'd be happy to answer any of the questions. And please follow us on LinkedIn. Also, we are happy to meet with you or your staff, and you can email us at info@strategydms.com.
Thank you, Doctor. So we're going to make sure, like I said, everybody who has been here today and who signs up or watches the videos later, we're going to make sure that we get all your information out to everyone. So if there are any questions that come up post today's event, we'll make sure that they get to you, and you'll have that contact information. But thank you again for everything.
Of course. And thank you so much. I'm not sure if the audio came through, but if it didn't, it can be found on our website. And if you said you'll send a link, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
So before we bring on our next guest, I just want to point out something from we keep throwing around the word small business. Small business is a big range. It could be up to 400 employees. Can be a small business. It can also be one person, a freelancer, a gig worker, a consultant. If you're a small business, you fit that category. So it's super important to understand that when we're talking about small businesses in today's event, we're talking about anybody from just a consultant position all the way up to, a big production line. And everything that is being listed here today or discussed today, whether it's surveillance cameras, software, compliance tools, these are not costs. These are not costs for any business. These are investments. And a lot of times when you improve the way your business operates, what you're doing, even if you feel like you're putting out more money in an investment, um, you are potentially reducing things like shrinkage or time management or missing deadlines. There's a whole list that improve your bottom line through the investments that you put in today. And investments aren't only dollars, they're time. Like you're sitting here watching a video, that's an investment in your business, whether you're one person or you're running a big manufacturing operation. So I just wanted to make that very clear for everybody listening today and watching today. But our next guest, Ken Fishman, he is the president of, I'm going to butcher this, Ken, I'm sorry, ISC2 New Jersey.
You didn't butcher it. You did great.
I didn't butcher it. How are you, Ken?
Good. Doing great. Thank you. You did butcher my last name. You said Fishman. It's Fishkin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, listen, I'm notable for butchering something at some point all the time. That's like my trademark.
No worries about it at all.
So we're going to get your presentation up here, and we're going to let you take over.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Eric. Very happy to be here. Yeah, what I wanted to do, I have nothing to sell you. No, this is really just advice that I like to impart on everybody about dealing with the AI tools that we all have to now incorporate into our businesses. And I just want to make sure that people understand what's involved when you're taking on a new tool or just taking on AI in general for your company. So I was trying to think of the best things that would help companies. And to Eric's point, when he was talking about small businesses, what I'm telling you is very applicable to I work for a law firm also, Lowenstein Sandler, and we're an 800-person law firm, and we might be considered mid-sized, but this presentation is for companies of all sizes. So just a little bit about me. Yes, I'm president of a cybersecurity organization that has about 500 members now. And we just had a conference last week where we had 500 people attend Kane University. And it was a wonderful turnout. And we had a huge amount of speakers and vendors. Anyway, if you want to learn anything more about getting involved in our cybersecurity community, please reach out to me. I've also taken on a lot of advisory roles, dealing with all different areas, and I'm also a member for St. Peter's University. And I'm also, and the big thing is also for the last 6 years, I've been the associate director here at a law firm, and building their cybersecurity program from scratch. So one of the big things that I wanted to talk to you about is understanding the due diligence process for AI tools. Now, it's a lot more than looking at service level agreements, making sure that they have a bare minimum amount of requirements for them to be acceptable. And the reason being is because if you look at these stats, this is why you have to be a little more involved with the due diligence process. 63% of breached organizations had no AI governance policies in place. And it may not be shocking to you, but what may be shocking, and this is all from IBM, these statistics, is if you got breached, it could be, the average breach right now is $4.4 million. And a lot of these breaches now have to do with AI. And it's fascinating to see that. And I've seen cases now where, with the use of AI, they're able to duplicate websites. So where you think you're going to a real website, it's really just a copy of another website. And we were involved in one incident where the website looked exactly like the original website, except the phone number changed. So when you call up to find out information about it, you're talking to a scammer now. That's how sophisticated the use of AI is. And also, a lot of the phishing threats that we find now, there's no more grammar issues. They are all written perfectly, and it is very hard to detect. And between the phishing emails that you get and the deep fakes, the video component of it, this is why the number is so high at 97% of all AI-related breaches occur in organizations, because they don't have proper AI access controls. Because nobody's thinking about how to deal with deep fakes. So, for example, if somebody stole my voice and tried to contact the help desk, and we didn't have good controls in place, and I said, please, I need you to reset my password for me, they would do it for you. So those are the kind of things that you need to make sure that you have in place when you're dealing with AI, to avoid some of the breaches. And one of the issues also today is dealing with shadow AI, because if you don't give your employees the proper tools to do their job, they will just find those tools, purchase them on their own, and now you don't have any kind of governance. You can't even possibly set up any kind of governance. So, for example, if you have Copilot, but they need to use Claude in order to do their job, and they get the professional version of Claude, and the next thing you know, that they're uploading sensitive information about your company or about your customers or clients, that's a huge problem, obviously. So the idea is, you want to make sure that you can give them the tools that they need to do for their job, because otherwise they're going to look elsewhere. It's an unfortunate reality, but it's not just true with AI, it's true with IT in general. Oh, and if you have any questions, I'll be monitoring the chat. So please feel free to put things in the chat if you have a question during this presentation. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is building your own AI policy. Hopefully you have some sort of AI policy by now. And if not, I'm going to make sure that you have the key elements that are in here. So what I'd like to make sure is that you understand the purpose of the policy. The purpose of the policy is really to protect your organization. You want to make sure that people know the rules of the road and what guardrails are in place, not from a technical standpoint, but from an administrative standpoint. And we'll go in through details about what I mean. But you also want to reduce your legal exposure, meaning, like, basically, you don't want the regulators after you, or insurers, or anything like that. And lastly, if you want to get even more sophisticated with your AI policy, is that you can set up your vendor standards. And we're going to go more into detail about that when we get to the due diligence section of it. But most commonly, if you can cover the first two of these, you have a pretty good rock solid policy. So these are the 10 essential elements of your AI policy, of what you should have in your AI policy. The first one should be the approved tools list. So there should be no misunderstanding of what tools are allowed and which ones are forbidden. So, for example, you may allow only the enterprise version of Claude to be used, but not the personal version. If you want to use the personal version, use it on your own computer or on your phone. Next, you want to make sure that you have data classification rules set up. So that way you know exactly where your customer PII information is, or any kind of proprietary information from your organization. And you could say in the policy, this information can never be put in any of the tools that we have. Or you could say, these are the tools that you can put that information in because it's closed off. No one else can see that information. So sometimes when you buy enterprise versions of AI, only your organization can see that information. So you may feel a little bit more free about having proprietary information in there. You want to try to avoid customer PII at all costs, really, because there should be no reason to have that information in your AI systems. But you may be more relaxed with other information. Another thing you want to make sure that you do is in your policy, make sure that you have what they call human in the loop. You might have heard that term already, but basically that anything goes out to a customer or a client must be reviewed by a human beforehand. And that is critical because there's a lot of hallucinations going on. And we're going to go into a little bit more detail about that, which you probably have heard of by now. But this way, there's some kind of fact checking going on before it goes out. Just like when I did this presentation, I did this whole presentation using Claude, and I asked for it to cite me references, and it did. And then when I said, okay, can you show me the link of where those references came from? It basically said, oh, I'm so sorry, those references were made up. And it is fascinating that you have to keep double checking AI, and don't take anything that it says for granted. You have to read everything that comes out of it because there's a very good chance that it could be making up some of the stuff. Required training before use. Yeah, just like I was talking about before with understanding the idea of the hallucinations, your employees have to know how to use these tools effectively in order for them to be able to use them. Because the last thing you want them to do is to really not understand how they can integrate with your organization. If they're just using it for asking questions or for doing some searches, then they're really not utilizing the tools properly. You have to make sure that during that training, that you set them up for success. What they're expected to do with the tools, how they are meant to be used, and that way you'll get the most bang for your buck, and these tools will start being part of the integral to your existing processes, and you'll be able to reap the benefits as far as the productivity. You also want to make sure that these AI tools have explainability. And what I mean by that is that if you get questioned by a vendor, customer, client, whatever, on how you came up with a particular answer, you want to be able to see exactly the logic that is behind that AI tool. Because a lot of times it's behind the scenes and you really don't understand how it came to that answer. But there's certain techniques that you can use where you can see exactly how it got to it, and you want to be able to present that to your client or customer. You don't want it to be like a black box where you have no idea how it came to it, because then you'll lose credibility. You want to also be able to make sure that there's strictly prohibited actions in your policy. You want to make sure that any kind of legal or medical advice without a human intervention should be banned outright, and along with purchasing decisions. You don't want maybe you do want it to purchase things, but most people are currently right now are afraid to let AI make any kind of autonomous purchasing decisions. But those are the kind of things that you need to set up ahead of time in your policy, so that way, again, everybody knows the rules of the road. Intellectual property and copyright, you want to make sure that any of that information definitely doesn't go into any public LLMs. And if they are put in, they are only put into enterprise versions. Any questions? Next, we want to talk about bias and fairness. So you want to make sure that any kind of decision that it does make is reviewed by a human, so that way you don't have any discriminatory outcomes that could make you liable. Next, you have policy governance and review. You want to make sure that there's named people in the policy. That way it gets reviewed at a minimum quarterly, because most policies are reviewed on an annual basis, but because AI is changing so fast, you want to make sure that you review it quarterly. For example, vibe coding just came out. I don't know if any of you have heard that term before, but vibe coding is a way that allows people to create software without having a software code developer experience. And for example, we put that now in our AI policy, so that way people understand how they can do vibe coding safely and without breaking our policy. And finally, you want to make sure that you have everybody read that policy on an annual basis, and that they acknowledge it, just like any other policy. So AI policies in practice, basically you want to make sure that if you can do it in this kind of a format, make it easy for people to read your policy once you have it, this will really is a great way to go. So I'm not going to read all these different ones, but this is just an example of how you could reformat your policy so people can clearly understand how to follow it. Okay, the next topic that I want to talk about deals with vendor due diligence. So this is an extremely important topic, because a lot of times we're buying these tools, or we have existing tools where they throw AI components into it, and you're not really sure how secure they are. So what I did was I came up with 9 different security concerns that you should be asking your vendors at a minimum, to make sure that you do not get stuck with a product that is considered insecure, or have other issues that might impact your business greatly from a security standpoint. So the first is, or from a privacy standpoint, I should say, data privacy, ownership, no training. So the idea is that you want to make sure that none of these tools use your data for training purposes. Now, most of them are. It's very rare that I've come across ones that do, because people want to be assured that you're not helping make their tool better by the data that you're giving them. So you want to make sure that this is in place. Another thing that we highly encourage you do is to find out if they have SOC 2 Type 2 reports or ISO 2701 certifications. If you have those, if you have one of those, if a vendor has one of those types of certifications, then you can feel a little bit better that they've gone through the due diligence. You also want to make sure that they do pen testing on an annual basis, that their encryption standards are up to date. Next, you want to make sure that the AI model transparency is there. So you want to make sure that, for example, if you're buying a chatbot for your organization, you want to make sure that they're doing AI testing, not just regular pen testing, but AI testing as well. So there's something called prompt injection that needs to be tested, where they will try to make the AI chatbot say things that you didn't want them to say. So, for example, if we had an AI chatbot at my law firm, we definitely don't want it to say that our law firm is the worst law firm there is. And so they would try, these testers would constantly test these chatbots to see if it would either tell about the clients. You could possibly, depending on how poorly it's set up, it could possibly give you information about your clients and customers. So these are all things that you really need to watch out for, because it's very easy to set these chatbots up improperly if you don't have the proper guardrails in place. And you also want to make sure you have a data processing agreement in place. That's very important, because you're going to be transferring data to and from these AI vendors. And without that in place, you're putting your company at risk, legal risk, I'll say. It's a requirement of the California Consumer Privacy Act as well. Next, you want to make sure that you have vendor lock-in. You want to avoid vendor lock-in if possible. And what I mean by that is that the data that you put in there, if you wanted to switch from one vendor to another, how hard would it be? And you want to make sure that you can export the data into a format such as CSV or JSON. And you want to make sure that you understand how the application programming interfaces, APIs, which I'm going to go more into detail soon, are mapped. You want to understand how they deal with accuracy and hallucinations. You want to have pilots performed before you buy anything, of course. So with those pilots, you want to make sure that the information that you're receiving meets the accuracy benchmarks that are given to you. It's not going to be 100% accurate, because hallucinations can happen when you're dealing with AI, no matter how many different things they have in place. But you want to make sure that a human has the ability to review this information before anything important gets triggered within that solution that you're purchasing. Next, you want to make sure that there's API security, dealing with tokens, token rotations. I'm going to go more into detail about that. Compliance regulations, whether it's HIPAA, GDPR, CCPA, you want to make sure that that DPA is signed. Resilience and business continuity, you want to make sure that the SLAs are in place and you have a way to monitor it. They have some kind of status page history, and you want to make sure that their backup solution is acceptable. Like, how quickly can they retrieve the backups if there was a failure, and how far back can they go? And lastly, you want to make sure that they have some type of a admin console or access control, because you want to see, you may want to see what the inputs and outputs are. And you want to make sure that it has the proper authentication as well, like a single sign-on and multi-factor authentication. You also want to take a look to make sure that there's record retention policies that you can put in place. You don't want everything to be there forever. If you were to get sued, you would have to disclose everything that you have in here. So if you had like a 6-month retention period, then that would be a lot better than having 4 years. So these are slides that everybody's going to get. I'm not going to read every piece of this, but the idea is really that when you're dealing with an enterprise model versus a public model, there's a lot of nuances that you want to make sure that you understand, and how that data is isolated. That's a big thing. So that way, again, you can understand, you can tell people, not only, that you could tell people what you expect from, you could tell the vendors what you expect when dealing with this information. Data, you want to make sure your data is residing in places that you support. Is it just in the US? Do you care if it's only in the US? Can it be in the EU or Asia? You want to make sure you have that knowledge of where it's located. You also want to make sure you have a full list of sub-processors as well. And you want to make sure that they tell you when they change sub-processors. A lot of times they'll be using Claude as their LLM, and then they might switch to OpenAI. You want to make sure that you're notified when that happens. What if they bring a sub-processor in that doesn't meet your standards? Then you might have an issue if there's a breach. And lastly, data deletion rights. You want to make sure that if somebody asks you to delete something, that you have the ability to do that. So if a customer or client wants you to remove everything from that AI system, you may or may not be able to. And you want to know ahead of time what that is, because you don't want to be scrambling when you get to that situation. This is all stuff we talked about already: SOC 2, ISO 2701, encryption standards, and pen tests. We talked a little bit about prompt injection. There's other things such as model drift, where slowly over time, the answers that you were expecting are no longer accurate, and you have to make sure that it doesn't, and you have testers to make sure that the model doesn't drift. And that's usually on the vendor. You want to make sure that the vendor knows how to monitor that type of issue. So you want to make sure that you understand what alerts or SLAs exist to if the accuracy starts to degrade, and can you freeze on a particular version for critical workflows. Next, you really want to understand the AI supply chain risk. You want to understand the models, data sets, everything that's being used. And you can sometimes get that from a network diagram or an application diagram. And while you personally may not have the ability to go through that, hopefully you have somebody on your team or a consultant that can. And lastly, with this, you want to make sure that any switches are made. And this is why a data processing agreement is so important, because they are obligated to tell you when they switch vendors. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, most of this we talked about already. Custom AI training ownership. You want to make sure that you have particular rights to do what you want to do with it. So if a vendor fine-tunes it, that model stays with them, but you want to make sure that you understand what those risks are. So sometimes you'll have the ability to own the custom model weights, and you just need to figure out what is yours and what is not, and that's part of this whole vendor lock-in risks. And proprietary format and data hostage risk as well. So all these you need to work out ahead of time. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me directly if you want to get into the weeds of what these mean. I don't want to talk about it during this presentation, the details of models, but you really want to understand where your risks are. Hallucinations we talked about, citations we talked about, human review workflows. and piloting real tasks. You want to make sure that the product that you are testing is the actual product, because demos could be sanitized and not give you that full look and feel. So you want to make sure that you are getting the full product. So we talked a little bit about APIs, and these are the connectors between your data and the vendors. So the best way that I could think about to explain this to you is your data as like a restaurant. So pretend you're the customer, and which is your AI tool needing data, and data is the food, and the waiter, the API, basically brings you that food, and so through technical means, the API does that, and the kitchen is where they make the food, and that's basically going to be your databases. And the AI never has full access to that database. That API or the waiter is the one that has access to it. And that's the safe way of doing it. The problem is that these APIs, if they're not managed properly, they could be a huge risk for you. For example, if you don't change the passwords frequently on those APIs, that's a huge risk. If you give too much permissions with the APIs, that could be a risk. And if you're putting your credentials in unsecure places, that could be a risk as well. So these APIs are fantastic, but there's a lot of risk associated with them as well. So these are just different integrations, risks that I'm not going to get into right now, but I want you to have this so you can take a look at it later. And we have compliance risks. You want to make sure that you're compliant with CCPA, GDPR, or whatever other regulations that your organization needs to follow, or HIPAA as well. You want to make sure that the SLAs are in writing. Sometimes they might talk about SLOs, which are service level objectives. Those are nice. Those are aspirational. They're not real. So you want to make sure that you have SLAs. If this service is down, how badly is this going to impact your company once you put all the processes in place? So you have to think about making sure that you have written SLAs, and you have disaster recovery objectives in place also that are written down. You have geographic redundancy. So let's say if they have it in the US, you want to make sure that not only do they have their services on the East Coast, but that they're also on the West Coast as well. So that way, if it goes down, that you have some kind of assurance that it'll still be up at one location. And you also want to make sure that, God forbid, the company goes bankrupt. Going back to that, if you wanted to switch vendors, how easy would that be? And, what is your backup solution? God forbid something like that happens. And lastly, what we talked about before was making sure that you have some kind of governance with the tool itself. So whether it's a single sign-on or multi-factor authentication, making sure that if you decide to share your information with your clients and customers, that you're using named users instead of shared links, because shared links could be sent to anybody. They're anonymous. You want to make sure you have named users for your data. You also want to make sure that you have inputs and outputs logged if you care about this information, because you want to make sure that people are using it properly. If it's a black box again and you don't know what people are doing with it, then how do you manage that? So you want to be able to review that information. And lastly, you want to make sure that data retention controls are in place and that you can audit this information. So you can break it down into 3 phases, basically. Phase 1 before the demo, 2 during evaluation, and 3 before you sign. This is the great way to do due diligence, to conduct due diligence, and so this is a little nice reference sheet for you. I'm not going to go into this again. These are for reference purposes, but these are 12 questions that you should ask every vendor, and it simplifies everything that we talked about. So I'm really trying to make sure that you have the tools necessary to make sure that you're getting what you pay for and that it's as secure as possible. So your next 3 actions, so that way you're not overwhelmed with all the information that I talked about, is you want to draft your policy based on the elements that we talked about. You want to make sure that you audit your your API security, and that your enterprise tenant, if you're using a tool that has sensitive data, make sure you always have a DPA, a data processing agreement. That's all, and thank you very much for your time. I'll take any questions if you have any.
I do have a question, Ken. You had mentioned, and this is honestly the first time I'm hearing this. Uh, AI degradation. I've heard of hallucinations. I've heard about all of the things AI can do, resources, closed service, public. But this is the first time I'm ever hearing of degradation. And can you briefly describe like what is that? What are we looking for in that? How would I know?
So let's say you have your model tuned for a certain purpose, but over time you're giving it a lot of information. Okay, you have a lot of information that skews the information. So it starts to use that information as opposed to the original information that you trained it on. So that's how you start getting this model drift from happening. Let's say you had a tool that was geared toward law firms, but you started to take in more clients that were for different professions. And all of a sudden you saw the information drifted from being geared toward lawyers toward other professions. So it wasn't giving you the information that you originally thought was value. So it's drifting away from its original intent. Does that make sense?
I see. Yeah, no, it makes absolute sense. So it's not necessarily a time thing; it's an information thing. Like
Correct.
how much you're okay. That's what I didn't understand. Okay. Right. Well, I appreciate you being with us here. We do have a question.
Okay. So we have. Can you please say a little bit more about the dashboard and what companies can expect to see in one if they better monitor their AI activity? Yeah. So yeah, going back to the dashboard thing, it's important to understand what the inputs and outputs are, like I was saying, and retention rates. This is to give you that governance that you need, the assurance that the tool is being used the way it's designed, that no one's putting PII into it or proprietary information that goes against your AI policy. That's really what you want to see. And let's say also that somebody or the output gives you information that is incorrect. You want to make sure that it's doing what you paid for. So the only way to do that is to have these dashboards to give you that information. Does that make sense, Dan? Anyway, I think
Well, again, thank you, Ken. We appreciate your time and the information. I put the link up in the public chat to where they can link to your LinkedIn and also ISC2's landing page, New Jersey's landing page. We got one more. What do we got here? Yes, Stan says that helps.
Okay, great.
Okay. So again, thank you. Your presentation will be made available to everybody in our resource or on our list, and your contact information will also be delivered to everyone. You were muted. Did I mute you? No, you're muted on
No.
your own, Stan.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's going on. All right. So again, thank you, Ken. And is there any besides the LinkedIn or the landing page? Is there another place people can contact you?
No, that's the best place to get me.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Well, again, thank you for your information, your insights, and being part of this today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric, for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
So, before I introduce this next gentleman who is going to blow our minds, I want to say, we've touched on students here, we've touched on small businesses here. I want to make it a point to also say this is for everybody in the workforce. You don't have to be self-employed. You don't have to be fresh out of school. If you have access to this information, you're only going to make yourself a more valuable commodity and asset to the business you work for or the company you want to work for. So none of this is beyond your scope. I can assure you of that. You know, growing your career is a lifelong journey, and everything that we have here today is for anybody who's even looking at just career paths, not necessarily a small business track or a government contracting track, or early on in life trying to find their way. This is for anybody that is going to be out there in the workforce and leveling up their game, level up their pay, to level up their status, whatever it's going to be. This is for everybody. So I would like to introduce my next presenter, Brian, and I think it's Professor Brian. If I'm not mistaken, right, Brian?
On my good days.
On your good days, Professor Brian Callahan. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I am good. And now we're about to have our minds blown because now we're going into the quantum realm. So I'm going to give you the floor. Thank you, Brian.
Sure. Thank you. I suppose it's always a little bit good and ominous to be told that I'm the one who's about to blow everybody's minds. I've been listening to all the talks today. They've all been really great. It was funny. Ken said, he has nothing to sell. He just has some advice. I have nothing to sell. I don't even know that I have advice for you all. I'm really just here to spend the next half hour or so telling you about some of the most incredible people that I know, which are all of my students and all the things that we do together with quantum computing and cybersecurity, and really hopefully give you all a sense of exactly what quantum is in relation to cybersecurity, but more importantly, what it can be in relation to cybersecurity. Because if any of you in the audience have heard about quantum and its intersection with cybersecurity, you've almost certainly heard about the negative aspects of quantum and the things that attackers and adversaries will be able to use when it comes to quantum. And that's true, and we'll definitely talk about it. But there's a bunch of other things I think that we can do with quantum within cybersecurity that are good for us, are things that defenders can use, and really should be like a very positive, hopeful piece of technology for all of us. So just like a really quick agenda, we'll talk about what is quantum, why are people concerned about quantum, why you should be concerned about quantum, and I'll do my best not to scare everyone in attendance. That's always kind of a worry when you talk to people who are new to quantum, not to scare them away. I'm not here to scare you away. Why you should not be concerned about quantum, and then how quantum will help you. And that kind of helps us think about a better quantum future in relation to cybersecurity. Something that I always start with is this question: what should our relationship to quantum be today as cybersecurity practitioners? And I ask this question, I ask all of us to kind of keep this question in our minds as I chat about everything quantum security today, because a lot of us just don't have any direct experience with quantum right now. And all of us are being told that it's here, it's going to do all these, things, it's going to refigure the cybersecurity field. And unlike AI, where pretty much everyone can go and at least experiment with AI, right? I, like all of you, can go to chatgpt.com or claude.ai right now and get a nice little prompt and interact with the AI. And I'm sure a lot of us are using AI in our everyday, work or school or what have you. You don't really get the same direct access to quantum. At least most of us don't get the same direct access to quantum. And yet it is a technology that we keep hearing about over and over and over again in cybersecurity. So what exactly do we do with that fact? The fact that we have this technology that we know exists, that we know is going to matter for cybersecurity as a whole, but we ourselves really, for the most part, at least most of us, can't directly use. So I want us all to think about kind of what is our relationship to quantum and how might that change over time. All right, so what is quantum? For those of you who have done any sort of computer programming, even if it's just vibe coding with an AI, the single most important thing that I tell all of my students when they begin quantum with me is take everything you know about programming, about computers, about how they work, et cetera, and throw it all away, because absolutely none of it applies to quantum. Quantum is a whole new way of doing computing. And if you try to map on things that you know about what we would call classical computers, these would be like our desktops, our laptops, our phones. We call that classical computers in the quantum world. If you try to map what you know from classical computers onto quantum computers, you kind of find out that those mappings don't really work all that well. And if you try to shoehorn what you know from classical computers onto quantum computers, you kind of lose track of what I think is the really neat pieces of quantum computing. So we all kind of have to go into this like we've never used a computer before. We don't know how any of this stuff works, but we'll talk all those things through. I also just want to show everybody a quantum computer, because I know there's going to be a lot of us in attendance today who may have never even seen a quantum computer before. So this is a real photo of a real quantum computer. This one happens to live in upstate New York, not too far away from the New York State Capitol. This is an IBM quantum computer. Specifically, it's an IBM Quantum System 1. Which in theory you can go to IBM and purchase for the low price of many, many millions of dollars. So if anyone has millions and millions of dollars and would like to donate to me and my students to the cause to get our own quantum computer, please DM me, email me, let me know, put it in the chat. I'll be happy to talk with you all. This is also a quantum computer that I personally have used, and I'll show you a little bit of quantum, like an actual quantum program a little bit later. And the quantum program that you'll see was specifically written for this exact machine, this one sitting in upstate New York. So you'll notice here it kind of sits inside a glass cube. That's a 10-foot by 10-foot by 2-inch panels of glass that go all the way around for the cube. All the way at the top, you'll see like support machinery. And the actual interesting part, the actual computer itself, is actually inside of that cylinder that's suspended from the top of the cube. So you can't actually go and like put your hand up to it, as cool as that would be. There's no keyboard that you sit behind, right? There's no monitor. You tend to connect to it through